victim.
Okay, we'll let you tell it, and we'll be wrong.
I believe I was on a panel not too long ago trying to explain. I believe it was your panel, Orthodox, explaining how I don't have friends on this fucking panel because you can't be friends. You want to be friends with me? You got to be face to face. You got to give me a.
You know what? You know what? I am friends because I wanted to basically kind of like the Lions did, the Orthodox guy, because I'm cultivating. Look at that guy, because I'm trying to cultivate a friendship with Orthodox guy. You know, just like he did with Maya. Like he came over here.
The Lions den. So you call it the Lions.
When you guys are here, yeah. Because look at you guys are acting. You guys are acting like animal. You're literally acting like an animal right now. I get it. You don't like me, but you can't even control yourself and be civilized.
And neither one of us said a word. You are the ones that brought us. And neither one of us.
Yes, we get it. You're thinking too slow, bro.
And you call it a Lions.
We get it. Yeah, you repeated yourself. Yeah. Look at he's looking at me like I'm like standing right next to him. What the fuck?
I'm looking at my mic and out the window.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You have a mic? I can barely hear you, bro.
Yeah, because you keep over talking.
No, because you don't really respect your setup that much.
All right. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
Spend some money, bro.
How you doing? You enjoying the loosh?
Man, I just had a big ass breakfast, and now I'm just sitting here soaking up the rest of whatever else I can consume off people.
Damn, you are the loosh vampire.
Niggas. Bitch, what? Nigga. Niggas. Niggas with the niggas. Nigga. The bitch ass again. Bitches. Bitch. Niggas. Niggas with the niggas. 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 Fuck. Niggas. Niggas. niggas, niggas, niggas put niggas.
Yo, hello. Welcome to the extravaganza. This is Gabriel Carbo at NPC The Game YouTube. What's really going on, everybody? Today, we have a very special show and an even more special and legendary lover of wisdom here to guide us and we'll be co-pilots of this journey, of this unfoldment of this broadcast thing, what we do, right? Today we have our friend, our brother, our beloved Machine Lies. What's up, the Machine Lies? How's it going, brother?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Last day of the so-called vacation for me here, and so I want to end it with a bang with something that is a big thing on my journey. Dreams. I have the production company called Test Stream. You can hit me at TestStream88 on Twitter, on X too. So dreams is always a thing that's been on my mind, especially recurring dreams and whatnot. And I wanted to talk to one of my most learned and interesting homies that has like a wild knowledge of a higher concept, as well as what's really going on a really normal plane. So I want to talk to you about dreams today. Have a discussion, dialogue with dreams. And I thank you for coming through. Let me ask you real quick off the bat. Have you ever had a recurring dream before?
Oh yeah, I've had one for
Yeah.
many years.
Yeah.
Where it's the same place, it's the same area.
Uh-huh.
I guess you could say there's even one building that seems to reflect many different aspects of civilization, like hospitals, police, libraries, schools.
Mm-hmm.
Right, there's one building that represents all this. I call it the terminal. Right? Because you could go different places in this building. It's almost like it changes shapes, right? And the terminal is placed in a city, and I keep seeing the same city in my dream for years and years and years.
Yeah.
So I don't know where the city is. I trip out. Probably, I permanently go insane if I start to walk around that city in real life. Right?
Really?
And I realized I was in my dream. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that funny how it might end up like that? Like you're doing your thing, and then you realize you have this epiphany. Oh wow, I'm here right now.
Right.
This is where I am. Yeah.
You know,
It's kind of like if someone invites you to we're gonna do a small get together at the house, at another homie's house, a friend of a friend, right? And you show up, and then you start seeing some things. They're like, wait, everyone's wearing white. Wait, there's some celebrities I might know. I don't know if that's him. And then you go, wait, there's some baby oil, large quantities. You're like, oh shit, I'm actually at the Diddy party. That type of shit. No, but what are some of the stuff that you remember that comes to mind that you saw when you were walking around the city that stood out? Like any descriptions of the architecture or what it looks like or people, and more importantly, what's the feeling you get, you think that stays with you when you have these dreams?
I'd say like almost like an extreme, like sort of like nostalgia for this
Mhm.
place, right?
Yeah.
Even though I've never really been there, it's extremely reminiscent of lots of different places. Like for example, like sometimes I'll wake up in my dream in a house, and I'll notice more and more that it's a combination of all the houses I've lived in,
Okay.
right? Or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
You know, so
Yeah.
there's this weird, like, you know, like, and even like, you know, like my uncle's house when we were growing up and whatnot, you know, and you know, my grandpa's house was like they combined all the houses together. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
you know, you go to a different room or you're talking to a person and they'll change, you know, from one person to another person, you know. It'll be like
Right.
a shapeshifter, you know, where it's like, am I talking to a person or what am I talking to, right?
Yeah. What is that? Yeah. Yeah. It gets me to think about like how my one of the theories I have about dreams is like everything we take in with our subconscious throughout the day. It's everything's recording, even things we're not consciously aware of. And at the end of the night, at the end of the day, you use that as the context for your dreaming. Kind of like if I want to make a video of all the images and on my phone and videos I shot during the day, I would just upload them to my editing software and just edit it, right? And that's how I make my movie, my story. And I think that could be a way that we're experiencing our dreams. It uses everything that we're recording, not just what we see per se, but it could even be in real life, but even movies and stuff we watch too, and songs we hear. So maybe that's why, like you said, like the house was a combination of your uncles and your grandpa and other things you may have seen, huh? Yeah. I think the same thing about when there's a so-called afterlife too, like how maybe that's why it's very important what you're aware of now, because it's the context that you may use for your next journey on the quote-unquote other side, right? So
Yeah. I mean, you know, you opened you know, the show with Nas, right?
right.
And, one of his main lines is "Sleep is the cousin of death," right?
Mhm.
Or something like, "I don't trust
You'll
sleep.
never sleep because it's the cousin of death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this whole
I ain't
idea
the type of nigga that for you to start testing.
exactly, right?
Yeah.
So this whole idea of, you know, not sleeping, you know, and of course there's an incredible Godfather Don song called "No Sleep," right, where he
Mhm.
samples that line, you know, "I never sleep because sleep is a cousin of death,"
Cousin of death.
right?
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, there's a whole saying, right, actually from the 7th century, right, AD, from the Prophet Muhammad, right, where he actually said that sleep is the small death, right?
Mm.
And when you dream, your consciousness actually goes to, you know, a certain sort of realm, if you will, right? And
Right.
and actually we actually receive revelation in our dreams, right? So he said there's like 1 out of like 70 parts of revelation or something is actually you know, received by humans in their dreams or something like that.
Okay.
You know, so they said there are you know, revelatory aspects. Yeah, sorry.
Right. And that goes into that's a good segue for what we're gonna get into. Start off with, and before I do that, I want to give a shout out to Shadow Buddha, my brother in the building. Appreciate you, man. I'll never forget me, Shadow, and that. You know,
Better than you niggas. Period.
I don't know if you heard that.
We
Yeah.
are better than you niggas. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the homies, the real ones that know Reddington Shift, Browns boy, Wiccan, love you. Glad you're here. Markella, I spoke to Markella Machine a little while ago.
Yeah, blessings,
She's doing
Markella.
up.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah.
Yeah. We got the great Skywalker over there from the Gospel of Bob. What legend? Yeah, I'm branching out with this Beyond the Poundverse stuff machine. So I made some contacts over there with the Gospel of Bob, who comes from Chaotic Truth and whatnot. We're gonna have an interview with the Book of RLM a week from today. That should be cool. Gonna find out what makes her tick. So Yeah, I don't know if you've been over there before. Book of RLM.
No, but I definitely have seen her, and
Mhm.
yeah, I can say I'm impressed with her appearance. Definitely.
You mean?
That's as much as I'll say.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I can see why. I can see why.
Ain't got. You know what? I'm envious. I wish I had a fucking bag of cocaine right now to dump my nose
I'm
into.
blowing my nose right on.
Yeah, I'd like to do cocaine with her for sure.
Yeah, shout out to the Book of RLM and her people.
Hold on a second, Imperious. I'll be your bitch. Do you want me to be your bitch, Imperious?
No, I don't want
Oh.
pussy.
Oh, okay.
Not surprising with Imperious, right? I don't want pussy. Yeah. So shout out to that. That's gonna be a fun interview.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. She's a good girl, good woman. Yeah. Coming under the Leo Act. Let me just show you guys. Yeah, so next week, a week from today, the Book of RLM interview, the quintessential. It's her first interview, actually, as a YouTuber. She has some interesting stories too. I mean, that's why she called it the Book of RLM, because she's like slowly letting out, her narrative and whatnot. And I guess she used to be on the team of a lot of these like celebrities and stuff like Russell Simmons and like Timberland and all these people. So she has some interesting stories and stuff. What's going on, Truth or Cop? We had a great interview last week or 2 weeks ago. I'm sure it's coming out soon on the Healing Law channel. Yeah. Shout out to Max Visions and Truth or Cop. Markella in the building. She said, thank you all. Yes. Yeah. Dom in the building. Wildfire, you get your ass out of here, bro. That's the homie. T.M.L. Fuck you.
I'm pretty sure that's a sanity machine or whatever. Bitch ass.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
I mean, you can be exactly. You don't have to do that, Steven. Just be cool, bro. We're cool, bro. You don't have to be like that. So coming out soon beyond it. Okay. Truth to cover. You're interviewing a lot of people, right? All right. So let's get back to the lecture at hand. So today's episode is Are Dreams Even Experiences? Zhuangzi, Nature of the Unconscious, Freud v. Jung, with the great T.M.L, The Machine Lies. So let's start with this, with reality checking and Descartes, right? The mindset. So Descartes, I think I remember him saying that it could be, like, I'm pretty sure you said it could be, he couldn't be 100% sure he wasn't dreaming right now, and I want to relate this to, like, in the reality in the streets. How dangerous, machine, do you think it is to make a move based on dreaming or a false assumption, right? And we're talking about, like, how Descartes, but using that example of how he wasn't sure if we're actually dreaming right now.
Yeah, I mean, his whole idea is a segment in terms of his dualism, right? So you could look at Descartes as espousing the philosophy of rationalism, right? So in terms of rationalism, right, it's different from, like, when you hear people say, like, they're rationalizing something, right? That's not exactly what this means, right? It means that math is real, right? And that the existence of math is real, and that it represents an existence that is immaterial, right? So this immaterial existence that is basically governed by mind, right, seems to correspond, right, or have a one-to-one relationship with physical reality, right? So none of these terms would be understood by people like Freud or Shang Zhu even, right? Because Shang Zhu is just assuming that he doesn't have any term that separates physical reality from the stuff of the mind, right? The way Descartes does, right? Because he's using the idea of dualism, right, which is a concept in Western philosophy, right, to basically say that the mind has a separate existence from from physical matter, right? But within that, he's saying that not that ideas are better than material reality the way that the idealists say, but that they correspond to things that have immaterial reality, such as mathematics and so on and so forth. Right. So, so he kind of said, like, I'm going to lay here and pretend the world doesn't exist. And then he gave a thought experiment and say, like, what if there's an evil demon that's sort of creating this reality? Right.
Demiurge, maybe.
Yeah. It's called Descartes' demon. Yeah, exactly. Okay. It closely resembles the idea of the Gnostics of the demiurge.
Yeah.
Right. And this might be because, because Descartes had a lot of correspondence with the Rosicrucians, right? That he may have understood the Gnostic ideas and all this stuff. So he may be flipping it.
Yeah.
Basically just freaking the concept from what he got from them. Right.
Right.
Yeah. Could be, but yeah. So his whole idea of rationalism, right? He created the coordinates, right? The coordinate math system, right?
We know that about algebra and whatnot.
Yeah, yeah. So this kind of, the idea of this kind of corresponds, right? Because it's like if you make a mathematical statement, right, any numbers, right, you can plot on the thing, right? So he's saying that geometry. Sorry, was it?
I said on the grid. Yeah, on the grid.
Yeah, exactly. Right, right. So what he's saying is that mathematical statements have a one-to-one relationship with geometrical figures, right? That every every mathematical statement has a geometrical relationship to it, right? So, so he's saying that geometry is basically a fundamental aspect of math, and this is basically what Plato also said, right? He, it's written on the Academy. Let no one enter here who is ignorant of geometry, right? So here's the, hold on, give me a second here. Here's the Cartesian. Thought experiment, right? But this is from Avicenna in the 9th century, right? So he's done the same sort of thought experiment, but he's sort of explained it, and in the most practical terms, and this is Copleston explaining it. It says the mind necessarily apprehends the idea of being, though it is acquired normally through experience, right? So it's saying that the mind already has a concept of being without any experience, right? Then he says, imagine a man suddenly created who cannot see or hear, who is floating in space and whose members are so disposed that they cannot touch one another. On the supposition that he cannot exercise the senses and acquire the notion of being through sight or touch, will he thereby be unable to form the notion? No, because he will be conscious of and affirm his own existence, so that even if he cannot acquire the notion of being through external experience, he will at least acquire it through self-consciousness.
Okay, yeah.
So there's the idea, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking about being in a float tank.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Right. Think about being in a float tank. See, they tried to say that the mind has actual existence beyond physical reality by doing this, right? This is what John C. Lilly said to prove, is that there's other dimensions that are accessible through the mind alone.
Right.
And he actually said, this is a quote, from John C. Lilly, probably his most famous quote. He says, in the province of the mind, there are no limitations.
Right. And who was, and speaking of no limitations, can you tell us a little about who type of person John C. Lilly was? Because some people might not be familiar with him. Yeah.
He was an interesting guy who thought that, electromagnetic, low-level electromagnetic frequencies were actually different dimensions that were accessible through the mind, that the mind could isolate itself and put itself into different dream states and contact these intelligences. And one of these intelligences he thought was extremely important. He thought it was sort of like an agent of chaos, but it was good. And this agent of chaos that was good is called the Earth Coincidence Control Office. And it was basically set to make these carefully planned coincidences that would offset the control of something called the solid state entity that wanted to replicate itself and create a technological, world civilization that would usurp man, and so on and so forth.
So he was, so that was putting that sounds like you're talking about a machine, kind of. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Like,
like a machine that assimilates man, to extent.
Right. So he's keeping it in check, kind of. Let the
yeah, there's a universal force keeping it in check. He said
through synchronicities, meaning like seemingly meaningful coincidences, right? yeah. Interesting. And then John C. Lilly also, am I correct? Is he the one that used to do experiments with dolphins and psychedelics?
Oh yeah. He actually said that he'd go into a I guess an isolation tank, right?
Mm-hmm.
And actually telepathically communicate with the dolphins when he was on LSD and ketamine. Right? So he'd put the dolphin in one flotation tank and put himself in another flotation tank, and he'd say, him and the dolphin were sharing thoughts. Right.
Wow.
And then he wrote a letter to the international some international organization, I believe the UN, and told them to put a moratorium on whale hunting. And so the whales are extremely intelligent, and their intelligence should be studied, and their disappearance was going to mean a huge collapse for what we know about science and the mind.
Yeah, because with that same model system of that thing, he said, keeping people in check, keeping the machine in check. Whales could be doing the same thing for us humans and everything else in the biodome, huh? Right? Keeping, we just don't know because literally, if we're going to talk later on, we're going to talk about the subconscious and the in the conscious, right? The subconscious can be seen as the water metaphorically. And if you have these whales deep down there, they're important too. It's just that y'all don't see it. Most people don't see it and whatnot. So back to the Descartes. So I do think that I asked you too on the thing about how it can be dangerous to be make a move based on a dream, right? Because people can say, "Oh, dreams aren't real" or whatnot, or a false assumption. It could be dangerous because it's risky because you're not really sure. But who's to say reality, like right now we're awake, is that stable, really, right?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the point that Zhou is making, right? See, basically, what Descartes is saying is that he's trying to say God and the mind are the main aspect of reality. They're the axis of reality, so that without them, we can't perceive dreams or reality, or we couldn't distinguish anything without those, without understanding that separation, right? But what Zhou is kind of saying is that there is no separation, right? Between the dream and reality.
Yes.
Right? That actually the question is open-ended, right, and unanswered at the end of the day.
It is.
He's posing a paradox that does not have solutions. So he's not saying I think therefore I am. No, he's saying it's actually not clear whether I'm thoughts or or a real guy or what's going on here, right? And I think that is actually the correct answer. Right, so
I think so too. It's more healthy. What's the matter? You look at his name, even like what's the matter? Like what's going on? He says, "Who's that? Who's to say we're even awake right now?" Shout out to What's the Matter You.
Last time, you remember, the trustees of What's the Matter You were wondering how to keep their college from going bankrupt.
How about giving an honorary degree to Daddy Warbucks?
You ninny, he's only a make-believe character.
We're real?
You like that? We're real? Are you a person machine? Yeah, that's very deep, right? You can see it. Silly but deep. Yeah. And Mr. Max Vision says that John C. Lilly was in the Navy. Okay, and he did some experiments with good knowledge, invented the Lilly wave that affects human mood and behavior around a 60 hertz
we
through
talked
house wiring.
We talked about that on the show, about that being weaponized. And it's interesting what he says, right? He says basically that water and electricity correspond with your body. Like, for example, right, water and electricity move around the iron in your blood, right? Because your blood is made of iron, right? So there's like metal in your blood that's moved around by this electromagnetic field, right? Essentially, and it corresponds with your breath and your blood flow and so on and so forth. And so this whole idea of consciousness, right, how it could be affected by low-level electrical frequencies, and of course he said that you could piggyback frequency. A Lilly wave is a thing that puts you like sort of in a docile state, and then you could put another frequency and then piggyback, sort of things that could make people agitated or angry or afraid or or feel nice, all of a sudden, or so that you could so you could piggyback frequencies that could alter people's moods, in fact. Right. And he was, he early on had this idea, but of course there's others like Andrija Puharich, right? Delgado and others, right? Jose Delgado and others that found the same thing, right? That you could actually manipulate the brain through electromagnetic frequencies. Right?
Yeah, I mean, and those guys could be considered quote unquote good guys, even though we haven't put the spotlight on them completely. But there's probably nefarious people, we want to call them social. I call them the social. I'll just say like architects of control, social engineers, right? Who co-opted that, right, and use it on the masses, right? Yeah.
Well, that's what like the talk that we were talking about, on the show. I think it was like Jeffrey Rentz, right, the conspiracy guy, and he was talking to Dr. Patrick Flanagan, and this is what Dr. Patrick Flanagan was saying, was that the Lily wave had been weaponized through the boxes that send out the electrical waves that power our our houses and laptops and whatnot, right?
Right. And it's everywhere, bro. It's everywhere. Shadow Buddha says, thank you, Shadow. We are welcome. Support the channel. Want to buy me coffee? Yes, that's always nice. We appreciate it. Hit the like and subscribe and follow and listen up. Listen, guys, your participation is the best, and listening and adding comments and whatnot. So we have the great Machine Lives here. And I'll ask you, Machine, if you were talking about the senses, right? And Descartes, relation to Descartes. So can one say that if we're saying that the senses lie to us, how can we develop a sixth sense to know what's like really authentic?
Well, it's like how Ghazali said, right? He said if you hold a coin up to the sun, if you hold it the right distance, it can appear the right size of the sun. So you understand that your senses can lie to you, right? Because obviously your coin is not the size of the sun, right? So the fact is that basically the reason can convict the senses and say like, oh, okay, well, this doesn't match up, that doesn't match up. But he said in dreams, reason tricks us, it fools us, right? You could create a world that makes sense but is not real, right? Just like Alice in Wonderland, right? So this whole idea of how reason can lie to us means that there's another judge above reason. The same way reason judges the senses, there's a judge above reason that judges reason, right? There has to be.
Right.
And that might be intuition or something.
Okay. Yeah. And that's what that could be, that sixth sense, we're talking about, right? So Descartes' whole thing, because when I think about him, I think now that you showed other things, I'm going to think about other things he said. But with him, it's always been, I think, therefore I am. He said that, right?
Right.
First of all, what kind of guy was he? Because did he get something from a dream? Like, what was he doing before? Was he like a businessman, a priest, an artist?
He's a mathematician and a scientist, right? He writes treatises on biology, mathematics, philosophy, right? His profession is as a philosopher, and as a philosopher, he's colluded with several people. Like, for example, right? He was, talking to Queen Christina of Sweden, right? Who's like a huge figure. So he was talking to people who are like royalty and whatnot, right? Of course, he corresponded with lots of people who appear to be, members of the Rosicrucian Society, right? So he was, him and Leibniz and Spinoza are kind of seen in
Spinoza.
They're kind of seen in a line, right, of philosophers, right? Him and Leibniz are both basically responsible, right, for their innovations of mathematics, right? Descartes, and Leibniz, right, respectively, contributed huge things to mathematics, especially algebra, right? For Descartes, a calculus for Leibniz, right?
So that's very rational. But didn't he say he got it from an angel or something in a dream? His some of his theories, something like metaphysical with him. Or was that Newton? Maybe I'm getting confused.
I think he's related to Newton in some ways. I think Descartes and Newton are basically affirming the philosophy that's kind of like most prominent today, right? Because like for example, right, like Newton talked about these mechanistic laws, right? So the mechanistic model of how the universe functions through these laws, right? And then also the idea of Cartesian dualism, right? So so people like thinkers like Rene Guénon, right, who talked about modernity and the reign of quantity, they basically blamed the whole modern way of thinking on people like Descartes and Newton, right, for the Cartesian dualism separating us from nature and the mechanistic laws, casting nature into this mechanical model.
That's important because that's some big pushback. And the man who said that was who?
Rene Guénon, the founder of traditionalism. Yeah.
Okay.
And the teacher of Julius Evola, right? Yeah.
And he was a philosopher, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
trying to get these guys, like, trying to picture, because their thoughts are amazing, but like what kind of person, like surface level they were, because I think that's important too, to know, like,
before,
who.
Yeah, even before, like Leibniz and Spinoza offered huge pushback to Cartesian dualism. Their whole philosophy was sort of juxtaposed to that idea.
Would you say all these philosophers all promote, in a general sense, the concept of a self, or even promote having a strong sense of self? Because when I mean that, okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, yeah. In terms of Zhuangzi, he seems to be canceling the idea of the self.
That's
right.
That's what I was going to say, because I'm glad you said that, because I see this dichotomy now. I guess I'm dualistic thinking a lot right now, playing with that. I see a separation between Western thought and Eastern thought, and I see in general, like Eastern thought kind of getting rid of the self, or saying it wasn't even there to begin with, while as some of these Western thinkers, particularly the Germans, existentialists, they harp on the self a lot.
Let's read this then. Because I have the Gelberg translation open here. This is around chapter 2, right? The second chapter usually is where you'll find it, right? It says, one night Zhuangzi dreamed of being a butterfly, a happy butterfly, showing off and doing as he pleased, unaware of being Zhuangzi. Suddenly he awoke, drowsingly Zhuangzi again, and he could not tell whether it was Zhuangzi who had dreamt the butterfly or the butterfly dreaming Zhuangzi. But there must be some difference between them. This is called, quote, the transformation of things, unquote.
Right. Wow.
So interesting stuff.
Yeah, interesting. Have you ever been, like, speaking of that dream, have you ever been like so caught up in a hustle, or I say hustle like we talked about before, I mean like working hard on something so hard that you forgot who you actually were?
Oh yeah, and once you create it, you realize that you were not the one that quote unquote made it, and B, it's not yours. And you don't own it anymore.
Yeah.
Right. So the whole process of creation is sort of dreamlike, right? Because
it is. It's very, very ephemeral that way. It means like kind of like it's very unstable. It can be very like see-through, or you know what I mean, because it's so magical that it can be gone in a second. Huh? It's like, that's how I see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So he also says that everything is in flux, more or less, right? Zhuangzi. So if that's the case, like how would you suggest someone stay grounded? And when things can change so much, and we see it like with money wise, economy, relationships.
Well, it's kind of a twist. Well, it's kind of a twist, because they're saying it's because I want to sort of stay away from flux because there's the whole idea of sort of harmonizing opposites, right? Because we think of like flux as things going to extremes, but sort of in the Tao, there's like no extremes, right? So it's like extreme is kind of like normal. It's kind of like seen as normal, right? And then normal is kind of seen as extreme, in a way where where you're sort of harmonizing heaven's relativity, as he says, right? And that kind of reminds me of the Earth Coincidence Control Office in a way, right? Heaven's relativity, right? It's kind of like, the universe is chaotic, but it's trying to, it's chaotic to bring things out of conflict instead of into it, right? So, so it's interesting.
Break that down, unpack that. How it could be more useful than bringing things into. So I think about like a black hole metaphor, sucking everything in.
It's kind of like he uses the example of like sort of things that you can use like in nature, like for example, right, like big seeds that are used for a gourd, but they're like too big, right? Or like a tree that's whose branches are too wiry, right, and who's too big to be cut down, right? He kind of says that. Yeah.
Can I give one more? Hold that thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
This segue, I can't help myself. The hurricane parallel shot to him, like a guy with a big BBC might be too small for a little blonde or something like that.
Oh yeah. That's a great example, right? Or or anything else, right? That there's things that where the use is doesn't really define the value of the thing,
right?
So this there's this whole idea of uselessness, right? And,
that's what I read about him before. Yes, go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah. So there's this whole idea of sort of non-utilitarian acts, and how that's sort of the basis of existence. Like for example, like Lao Tzu says, water dwells in places that people reject. Right. That it aids those things. Even that people find bad. Right. That like how Jesus has that sort of line of rains on the good and the bad. Right, and so on and so forth, right? And it says in the book of Job, why does God send the rain to the desert where nothing ever grows? Right? Right? It's kind of like God's just fucking around, pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. No method to his madness, or at least humans can't understand.
Yeah,
we can think music. Right, it should be okay. Just be it appears useless, but everything has a purpose. I think so. Machine lies his channel right here. And then when you said water finds the places that, would you say that people don't usually go to, or how'd you say that?
Yeah,
because I say that because when I think of water on the astrology chamber, water symbolizes emotion, right, and deep feeling, right, among other things. And I think about some of the deepest feelers and thinkers, but people who actually have like feelings and stuff that aren't afraid to express them. Interestingly enough, are a lot of people I've met in your platform. For something that's so cerebral off the surface level, there's a lot of, when I talk online, like I've had good conversations lately with Zeph and Twilight, for example, and Neurojack. And we find that like, there's a lot of, you guys are like a lot different than some of these other spaces in our community, I guess, overarching meta community. But your place and my place, I think that's a commonality. It's like, I don't know, bro. That's what I thought of when you said the water finding these places that most people don't want to go to,
Right.
So, yeah. So uselessness, right? So that concept of uselessness, do you think that uselessness can protect you sometimes from the wrong people, right? Because do you think, because what I'm saying is, just like how some people think some of the stuff I say about the the psyche and how to relate it to what we're doing here, or some spirituality, and some of the stuff that you talk about exposing hidden traps and the connections out there. Do you think some people might think that, oh, that's useless or whatever, but in actuality, they don't come around, but they actually can protect us so we can really think through these things and learn and evolve?
Well, I think most people are, they're sort of looking for distractions.
Okay.
Right. And there's, and they're afraid of solitude. Right. And that could be sort of, detrimental. Right. Like, for example, like a mind that is always chasing and always on the hunt, it leads to sort of madness. Right. And there's people that are sort of looking for things. And going out of the way. They don't know what they want in advance of, sort of searching, right? So that's a sort of escapism or a sort of voyeurism, right? And that could be sort of anti-Taoist, and also it can interfere with one of the greatest treasures of Taoism, which is solitude, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot of ways in which you don't want to rely on others, right? But you sort of want to go along with things. Right, you don't want to disturb what's going on, right? Like sort of like, really try to stand out or be different, right? But so
it doesn't mean you won't be seen as that if that's important to you or whatever. But because you could be just doing your own thing and think to be very treading lightly, but because you're so amazing or for whatever reason, people might see like, oh my God, this person is so amazing or whatever special. But you're like, I'm just doing my thing. Schopenhauer, we talked about him last broadcast. He kind of seemed like he was the Taoist way, what you just mentioned a little bit, the way he went about his own personal life. Kind of like, just doing his thing. So the butterfly dream, pretty much seems like to me he's asking who is dreaming who. Right? Can we say that maybe more or less? Like who is dreaming?
Exactly.
Who? Yeah. And so how much do you think a lot of the problems we have or struggles, perceived struggles even, how much do you think is it that's actually the reality that we're stuck in versus our mindset that we have, that we're carrying? That we can't seem to wake up from? How much? What do you think it is? Do you think it's one or the other or both or neither?
Well, I mean, I think what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen, right? It's images of things that aren't even real. And you could basically compare that to the cell phones, right? The cell phones basically project images of things that are not real, right? So if most people this can be used to control 90% of people, right? Then it means that people don't really have to interface with reality in order to survive. Right, and that is a shocking truth, behind what is going on, and that has shocking consequences. Like, for example, the other day when people are coming around and saying that basically everybody on the screen is just a character, it's just fake. That could lead to some interesting behavior for those people towards those people who they think are not real, right, and so on and so forth. So,
that was Mitch who said that, I think, last time.
Yeah, I didn't want to, take too personal of a stance there. But the thing is that this whole idea of taking the reality out of context or misapplying dogma to things that are real. Like, for example, this concept of cyberspace, right? The concept of cyberspace was invented by William Gibson, a science fiction writer. You should not confuse it with reality. There's no space behind the computer screen where it has its own world, right? That's not actually what's going on. There's actual physical wires that are linking us together, right? And that's all that's happening, right? It's the machine, right? It's it's not a world or a dimension or a field of dreams. No, this is a wrong stance.
We're looking at a screen. Yeah, you're right. We're looking at with wires and stuff. And William Gibson he's the quintessential creator of cyberpunk, right? Fiction, which is a great stories and but they're nevertheless they're fiction.
Yeah, I think he had a realistic look at it because he did not think
Yes,
of anything
that's why
like
it's so
this.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he didn't look at these concepts like the singularity or or philosophy of mind or some deeper metaphysical concept. He just simply showed the effects on society, on art and the youth, and
Mhm.
of designer drugs and pseudo governmental
Yeah.
entities, and and all these ideas like pharmacogenomics and computers, right?
Right. Rejected someone say Gibson. That's one of his favorites. Huh?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's where
Yeah.
Neuro got his name from. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. That's how we
Dominic
met.
says it.
Yeah. Because
Oh, through that his
oh
name.
yeah, yeah. Because
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of Gibson, so I approached him asking him about his name and asking him if he understands Gibson's vision of this sort of dystopian future that we're gearing up for.
Yeah. And then it just sprang forth, right? Well, yeah, that's why
Right.
it seems like when we think of like the butterfly in Taoism, I think of Wu Wei, right? And how you say it, Wu Wei. Flow. It means flow, right? Like more or less, right? So how do we find like Wu Wei or flow when everything around us seems like it's like a forced fight, right? That's what I've been like rotating on.
Yeah, I think Wu Wei is like how I look at it is a doctrine of active resistance, right? Because
Mhm.
it's doing, not doing, right? So it's not
Okay.
doing nothing,
Okay.
right? It's actively trying not to do things. And another way you could think of it is not is undoing things, right? So undoing what has been done,
Mhm.
right? So I think of doing, not doing.
Kind of.
Yeah, yeah, maybe in a way. I think destruction is
I said
too
deconstruction.
heavy-handed.
I said deconstruction.
Oh yeah,
Well,
deconstruction is
yeah.
more right. Yeah, yeah, deconstruction
Yeah.
instead of destruction. Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, but even that machine, of course, it's not as harsh as destruction, but deconstruction has this tone to very technical and step one, step two. Whereas when I'm thinking of the Wu Wei Taoism, I think of a more of an organic version of that, right? Even one more step further, right? Of
Well, yes.
yeah.
The ultimate way of doing nothing is stillness, right?
Mhm.
So obviously, stillness is the master of movement, right? It wasn't movement that created desire, right? Like it was stillness that created movement that created desire, basically, right? Because whatever is still pushed things into being what they are, right? It wasn't whatever was there got pulled into something that was already going on, right? That's
Mhm.
not how things work,
Yeah.
in my opinion. Right?
Right.
I'm not.
No, but that's what we want. We want your opinion. Yes, there are opinions, but still, it's a good jump off point for some of us, to contemplate our own ideas and to work out things. And thank you for
Yeah.
sharing. So, so we're on this theme of waking up from the dream, right? With the butterfly dream. So let's play along that. If we were to wake up and realize that not only is that dream a dream, just a dream, but this whole life, it was a long dream. How do you think that would change how we treat our so-called the other or the so-called enemy or competitors? Do you think?
Well, I think the whole idea of being in a dream, right, not knowing
Mhm.
like who your friends and enemies are, basically, right, and you'll basically be in a dream where it'll
I
be
don't know. You're
somebody
right.
who's like your
Yeah.
friend, and they'll shapeshift into somebody who's who you don't like, and right,
Yeah,
so this happens a lot, right?
it does.
So I think the fact is that the whole dream is about realizing, who's really on your side and whether you're in the right place to begin with, and whether you can change your reality, right?
Yeah.
And so on and so forth. Because there's a lot of times where you can't change your reality, right? And that would mean it's a bad dream, basically. like my friend Buddha, he always tells a story about how, he
Avian Buddha,
saw,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. He says he saw this guy in his dream where he told the guy, you're a made up entity in my dream, and the guy started having sort of an existential breakdown, right, of his own existence, and started being like, oh shit, that sucks. I can't believe I'm just a guy in a dream. And another time he tried to tell a guy that he's just a character in his dream, and the guy's face turned red and he wouldn't go away. Right? And it's like,
The guy's angry.
yeah, and that's the thing is, like, sometimes characters that appear in your dream, like, for example, right, characters that change, right, there might be a sort of demon that's talking to you in your dream. I don't want to go too far by saying that, but I think there's certain figures, like, you could tell, like, when they change, and even I know, like, for example, I know, like, there's demonic spirits, and I don't want to get too sort of science fiction. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to, but they can appear as your dead family members and so on and so forth, right? Appear to you, and that obviously makes it very convincing, right? So
yeah, that's what we got. And I've heard that used with the whole prison planet Gnostic views about when you go into when you quote unquote die and go into the white light, your families are there, like, cheering you on. It's gonna be okay.
Well, the
You're
white
welcome
light
home.
is Lucifer, most likely. Don't trust.
That's what I mean.
I would try to say, don't trust any white light that you see in your dreams. Then think that that's God or conflate it with anything. And I think, like, one of my homies, Hyperborean, said, like, the same thing recently. He said, like, if you see, like, the white light, or if you see, like, images in your dreams, and that's something trying to trap you into another physical trap, instead of seeing beyond this, existence, to see what's really going on, and so on and so forth.
Right. Because, keep you trapped in there. So, like, since we're speaking of dreams, we might as well speak into maybe a little bit more, fast forward into like more recent times. Like, speaking of Freud, who did a lot of his whole program was philosophy was on use dreams, right? And also his student Carl Jung,
right?
In order to use that, in order to take that deep dive into self-awareness, right? And Freud says something like dreams are basically hidden wishes. What do you think that the collective dream is right now in America, or even more nuanced, Detroit, Michigan area right here? What do you see when you go out and do your thing? What do you think the collective dream is, if there was one? What's up, Gas Mask? Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, this is very important stuff. Like, for example, right, for Shangzhu, right, the dream, right, is it informs you about reality, right? And it informs you that reality is unstable. At least your idea of reality is totally unstable, right? You can't pinpoint the difference or the cutoff point between the reality and the dream, right? Now, what what Descartes is saying, right? A while later, is that he's basically saying is that dreams are part of a separate part of existence, that is called the mind, right? So he's saying dreams are real, right? Meaning that you can know if dreams are real or if reality is false, or you can know all of these things, right? And he affirms, the dream is part of a reflection of something that is real, right? And he, basically, has a profound need to declare that existence is real, and so on and so forth. So he's kind of crossing that boundary and answering the paradox of Zhuangzi, I think, in a quite haphazard way, in which he's not really justified, right? And then, for Freud, he goes a little further, and he says, actually, these are reflections of the self, right? So instead of saying that this is part of reality or part of a separate reality called the mind, right? He says, no, this is actually just a reflection of the self, right? So this is a profound statement, right? And then for Jung, he then puts this in the collective dream. So, it goes back to what you were asking me about Detroit, and the whole idea of how I'm the dream of everyone who lives, right, in my surrounding area. Like I'm a collective dream of Detroit as much as I am a reality of what I want to perceive. And this whole idea of the collective dream, right, is a unique insight that is gained a lot more and more because, the technology is causing us to form this hive mind, right? And also a representative of the hive mind, right? The technology is actually, by and large, a representative of collective consciousness, right? So, we're linking all these wires up so that we can communicate, so that we can create this collective dream, right? Which they're even saying, oh, look, it's virtual reality. They're using this Gnostic terminology, right? Which I think the term virtual was, employed by Deleuze as well, right?
Yeah. Who was that? What did he do? Deleuze. What was his main thoughts? Or it sounds like a Frenchman or something.
Deleuze and Baudrillard. They're using it to say that our creations are as good as, our contrivances are as good as what's there in front of us.
Yeah.
Right?
Our context.
There's hyperstition. And the hyperstition is based on the idea of the hyper-real, right? That was coined by the postmodernists. Right?
Hyper-real, yes, we see that big time. Yeah. Hyper-realism, it's hard to see what's real.
Yeah.
You got President Trump, for example, saying like, we're gonna do this, ceasefire, peace treaty, and then you got Iran saying hell no. And then like who do we believe though? We don't know what's going on. Right?
Yeah.
What's up, Wolfie? Good to see you, man.
Yeah, and that's where it is that dreams are not a collective unreality. They are hyper-real, right?
Yes.
So on and so forth.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, since we're talking about Freud and Jung, then like the shadow, that was the big thing, right? That they focus on. I don't know if that was a concept that was talked about before, or where Freud got it from, but he was saying that those are the parts that we hide, that the parts of us that we hide, right? And it comes out in our dreams. How do you see that being reflected? Do you think that reflects people's behavior?
Well, just to clarify for the audience, I believe that Freud talked about the unconscious, but I think that Jung expanded that to the collective unconscious.
Okay.
So I don't know if Freud quite made that leap before Jung did, right? But so I'm not aware.
But Jung made it very popular, though, right? That's we know it through. Either way, we know it through Jung, the collective, huh?
Oh yeah,
now,
the collective.
Yeah. Now, from an individual point of view, then with Freud, the shadows are the part that we hide from. They say that's the part we hide from ourselves, and it comes out in our dreams. Do you think that there's a way that we can stop those shadows from sabotaging, like the progress we make in our lives when we're awake?
I think there's a strong presence in daydreaming and solitude, right? Where that's sort of been stolen from us, right? People who don't have that, right? There's something wrong with them.
Oh man, there's a lot of us like that.
Yeah, who can't have their alone time, who get extremely bored or anxious, when they sit alone or think by themselves.
Yeah.
Right? They can't engage in that, right? You need to really free yourself of that. You need to honestly practice some mental hygiene in terms of not sitting next to the machines, on the computers and the devices all day, and actually, try to meditate or, do other stuff, take a walk or something, because.
Yeah. Because why? Because it dirties like hygiene. It dirties your mental state, right?
Yeah, dirties your mental state. and you can't have sort of that calm reflection, right? This idea that it'll steal away your ability to daydream, right? And that is a powerful sense that you need to have to preserve your sanity, right? Solitude and daydream, and when people's sort of time is full of worrying about others, and they try to mediate that through social media and whatnot, and it causes anxiousness, it causes existential dread, and whatnot, and also the radiation is poisoning your brain.
Yeah.
Right? So there's an important way in which your body is being poisoned by being in a sedentary state where you're just being radiated, constantly, and it's going to affect your, your muscle memory and so on and so forth. I've heard it actually said that if you don't actually look 20 feet or further away, that your eye muscles will, that sort of contract and expand. They'll become useless, and your kids will have to wear glasses and whatnot. Right?
Yeah. Yes, this is why in some of the ways allegedly to heal them, there's a book by Aldous Huxley called The Art of Seeing, where he takes this older way of fixing your eyes by this optometrist, Dr. Bates, and he puts the exercises in there, right? What to do. And then what you said is perfect, because what Bates, one of the first exercises is looking at something very far, like down the street, fixating on a street sign or something, and then looking something very close to you. Then far, close. It's kind of like strengthening the muscle that especially if it's neglected. Because like you said, like my grandma said, if you don't use it, you lose it. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, so you got to use it, because I look at all these machines as reflecting, a lot of them as reflections of the human body, for example. And you look at the camera lens; it's very similar to the eye, huh? How it operates, the zoom in and zoom out function. So, okay, let's get into Jung. What your thoughts on Jung is? Because I remember we talked about, I brought the archetypes. You're like, I don't know about that. But Dr. Jung talked about, who was a contemporary of Freud, right? Maybe he was a student of Freud too, but he went his own way, kind of. So Jung, he talked about the archetypes, universal characters. First of all, what's your thoughts on that? Did you want to reset that?
Yeah, Jung was a full-blown, Gnostic. I don't mean that in a bad way. Like, I guess full blown.
Sounds like you're full blown degenerate. What you say, full blown AIDS?
Yeah, but he was a full blown Gnostic, right? In terms of, he had a ring of Abraxas, right? And
that's a Demeter shit, right?
Yeah, and he's got some interesting views, on that idea, but he's talking about sort of this spiritual idea, right? So that's one way to, to sort of look at his, his concept. So this idea of archetypes, right, is kind of like Plato's forms, right?
Okay.
Because, the Gnostics, they sort of are Platonic in a way. Like, for example, the Nag Hammadi, Gnostic library, it has an excerpt from Plato's Republic in there. And it's a portion that's very interesting, because it's about the tripartite soul, right? And it shows a beast right there that literally is kind of like Abraxas, right? Because he's talking about a man, right, who is led by a lion, right? And behind him is like many tentacled beast. Right, so he's talking about like a 3-part creation in which a man is sandwiched in between a lion and a sort of octopus type of thing. Right, so it's kind of like, like obviously Abraxas is like the body of a man with a lion's head and snake legs. Right, so that's one way in which it's depicted. right? So that's depicted right there in the book 10 of Plato's Republic, depicting the tripartite soul of all things, right? So it's talking about how we're led by passions, we have a rational mind, and we have a many-tentacled beast of desires that sort of controls us.
I'm thinking the many tentacles, maybe like, if I had to guess, I'll put a number 12, kind of like the archetypes. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. And would you say the archetypes could be those different desires, whatever you might be referring to?
Well, I think this sort of represents the the three parts of the mind.
Okay.
Right, the conscious mind, the subconscious, and the unconscious. So on and so forth.
Okay.
Okay. Or id, ego, and super ego, right, and so on and so forth. Right, how they have that in Freud, right?
Yeah. Speaking of the id could be seen as, isn't that like the voice that kind of tells you your authority? Like, don't do this, don't do. If you do this, you're going to be looked at as this type of shit.
Right.
Yeah. And I think that I really, as a parent of a young man, I think that a lot, like, how I interact with him now and assert my authority over him, that could make up his id, right? Throughout the rest of his life, be a big portion of that, huh? And my id is made up from my parents, but also not just that, but all the authority figures throughout my upbringing in life, right? And the government, to be even go higher, right? It's an interesting thing how what happens now could really affect everything else that's going on for him. So back to the archetypes and whatnot. I'm hitting these archetypes. Do you think maybe they're not real, or are they just maybe representations of the different roles one could play? Like hero, villain, different types of heroes and villains and stuff like that. Is more so states of mind, or
yeah, I think there's not that many variations in people. Like I've gone, I've lived in different countries, and I've seen like different guys, right? Like you'll see like a white guy that really acts like a Pakistani guy, that like like that have obviously never met each other and never will. But there's something behind them. Like they have the same soul or the same spirit.
Yeah.
Where it's like,
I know what you mean.
It's like this guy's like that guy wearing a mask. Honestly, it's kind of weird, right?
Yeah.
Where what if there's only like 4 people in the world, and like every time you turn around they change masks. As a quote by Idea, right? Where it's like, that there could only be like, maybe like 10 types of people, or like, like I heard like somebody say like, the different people on the panels are like tarot cards that represent aspects of your own personality.
Right? Yeah,
right.
I can see that.
Yeah, this was in a thought experiment. He said this, right? Interesting, ideas like that, right? Where
it's theater. It's using theater for psyche analyze psychology. We did a thing in this group I was in called SWETA. It stands for Stormy Weather Existential Detective Agency. We would kind of like this, like check out like different patterns through writing about our lives and stuff, like different patterns, like pattern recognition. We're working on that, and we did this one game a couple times called Passive Persona, where everyone would take on a persona of the planet and the solar system in terms of astrology, what it represented, like Saturn, discipline, the grandfather, right? Or Neptune, dreamy illusions, right? And then each person would like kind of do that, right? And I can see that as another theatrical way of kind of decoding your psyche using these type of archetypes. I mean, these archetype manifestors, I'll call it, be it tarot or the planets or whatever. Or but what you said earlier about like the types of person, like there could be like I seen this one guy, he looks like, here, I'll show it to you. I think it's Pakistan or Afghanistan. It's like the Pakistani Trump.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
You always get a guy like this where it's like the guy got the same, And
it looks like it. Right. It not only look, but maybe even acts like him too. But
Right.
yeah, I've come across that. I call it tulpas. I learned from that group I was in, the S Sweater, we called it tulpa. Like this person, it doesn't matter if he's from Cleveland or whatever, or from Mogadishu. You know when someone has a similar, like you said, soul or whatever behind them, right?
Right.
Look at this guy. This is the Pakistani Trump. Yeah. Okay, we were talking about shout out to the chat. Oh, Zephyr had a dream. Yeah, if you guys have dreams, put them in there. Let's talk about those.
Yeah, that might be cool,
said,
have people call in and tell us their dreams.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you get a lot of
tell us your
callers that
dreams.
way. Yeah.
What are you dreaming about? Yeah. So it says, I just had a Waken Music says, I'm really happy to see you today, Waken. You're great. She says, I just had a dream the other night of floating over an ocean, a blue-green crystal water, with a beautiful cabana in the center. Most gorgeous scene I've ever seen, had in a dream to my recollection, right? And yeah, so how did you feel? Because that's the thing I'm doing. It's not so much the details of the dream. I mean, to decode, but decode the feeling too, the feeling you got. But if I'm going to decode what I see, I don't know what comes to mind. You said an ocean, right? That's like very expansive. That's a good thing, right? And you weren't underground like this guy, underwater, on the subconscious like this Illuminati character, octopus that Justin made, my friend. Oh, I made it too, but he did the heavy lifting. But you're more like something like this, the ocean. Look how expansive that is, machine. This dreamscape of the ocean,
Right.
It's like possibilities are endless, right? Wiccan. And you said there was a cabana, so it's kind of safe. Like it's, even though it's the wide open ocean, which can be dangerous too. Don't get it twisted. No matter how beautiful it looks, even if it looks like Maui sunset right there, but there's a beautiful cabana in the center. So that sounds like the best of both worlds. Like a lot of opportunity and optimism, and then you can just chill there, right? And be useless in a good way. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I'll drop the link in Mind Machine so maybe people can, if they want to share their dreams.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So here's the link, guys. Share your dreams and add on to what we're saying. We're gonna keep building. That's what we do, man. Right? YouTube is blocking my chats again. Are you sure? What'd you say? Okay. Yeah, StreamYard link is down there. And where's my shit? I don't see it. Okay, here we go. Wait, did I press the button? Boomer as shit. I can't see it. Anyway, the StreamYard link is there. So, machine, like we were talking about, before Islam, right? And then what they think about nightmares and how you really shouldn't share nightmares, right? Because you don't want those things you don't want to give them ground to manifest in the waking life. Do you think that but there's some benefit in decoding your recurring, if you have a nightmare, especially if it's recurring, like not necessarily telling somebody about it, but for you to get particular clues on how you can solve problems in your life, or you think you shouldn't even think about nightmares that you have if you have one?
Yeah, I think it's more about not telling people about it than actually, which is interesting, right? Because it doesn't say don't try to decode it or not think about it, because it does have a whole science on how, bad things, good things mentioned in dreams actually could be shit that you need to look out for. Right. So that is a thing, but the fact is that telling somebody else, right? And this is something else where it's like somebody could, like have envy for something that you want, and that could sort of decrease you and so on and so forth. So you're not supposed to like sort of like, you know how they say like spread the fact that you did good deeds, right? When you critique other people, you're supposed to sort of do it in private,
Right.
sort of, and so to speak. So there's this whole science of putting good thoughts out there and having a good hygiene in terms of relations, where you don't,
Mm-hmm.
you know, not everything is something that necessarily should be brought to the table, right?
Right.
You know, like a bad dream is, for example, something that, you know, it's just kind of like fouls the air, and it's like there's no reason, right? Like,
right.
Sort of.
Okay. With that said, though, like, first of all, I think that's cool because my binary mind, when I'm thinking like that, would be like, is they said you shouldn't tell anyone, so I might think like, okay, that means you shouldn't even use it to your advantage. All right, try to make some lemonade out of the lemon of the bad dream.
Yeah.
No, you're saying there's actually sciences basically like how to you know, spot certain things. You know, so you're on. You know, so you kind of protect yourself. It's kind of like dream hygiene, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of like where I'll make another little note about destiny versus fatalism.
Okay,
right? I think it's powerful to believe that you have a destiny or a purpose in this world, that you have a specific destination that's going to come by you realizing what you really are and why you were designed, and what's going on here, and so on and so forth. That you unlocking that will unlock something powerful, right? And that there's obviously, we see all the time, there's people who don't get there, right? It's pretty much very rare, right? But the fact is that, you know, this idea of fatalism, right? That's a trap, right? So it's good to believe in destiny. It's bad to believe in fatalism, right? Meaning that, you know, something's just, you know, you're set in something, you know, that nothing can change, that you're, you know, that something's going to fail, or that, you know, so on and so forth, that you can't leave behind a legacy, right? And that's where the dream comes in, right? Is that the dream is destiny, right? So we could sort of define, you know, how we do things and so on and so forth. And that's why I don't really believe in this concept of universal archetypes, right? I'm positive about, you know, that there's only so many ways that things could go, possible outcomes, and so on and so forth, right? But I mean, ultimately, you know, the idea that, you know, there's like some set ways, and you know, and that there's only so much forms, or that there's natural laws, and you know, in which define reality, and that there's a multiplicity of you know, ways to describe reality, and you know, and so on and so forth, and that there is a place that exists beyond this world. I think there's a one-to-one relationship between thinking and being, right? So, you know, because these universal archetypes, they'd have to exist in some sort of dream world, but the dream world is this world, right? It's just like how I said, cyberspace is this world. It is real, right? So, you know, there's no alternative place behind the computer screen, right?
Okay. So what do you hear when people say in the space where they go like, "This is not real. This YouTube is not real." You know, when I go home, I when I do go to the grocery store or my work, you know, I put that to the side. Do you think they're delusional a bit, or they're maybe not them per se, but like that's a delusional action and not a really rational way of looking at it?
Yeah, and they find out all the time that either the character that they're projecting on the screen does not reflect who they really are, and people find that out a lot about them, or something from the screen comes into their real life, and they can't stop it, right?
Yeah. Oh, the funny thing is, dude. The funny thing is when they go, no real life, don't go real life.
Detached,
like,
exactly.
Yeah. It reminds me of like that song from New Jack City, where Christopher, what's his name, Williams, don't wake me, I'm dreaming. Girl, don't wake me, because I'm dreaming about you. Yeah, they don't want to see the, and rather not, they rather dream, right, than look at the shit they applied, that they constructed on the screen and beyond it, which is all real. It's all real, bro. Just like on the other side of this, like I'm in the studio right now. I'm looking at my computer screen. On the other side of that wall is my real life, my bedroom, and whatnot. Like, so, yeah, it's all real, man. You can literally hear the people outside on their junk trucks, a repairman that's going by in Chinese saying, "Oh, I'll fix your TV if you want, whatever." Like, it's all real, bro. I don't get them. But hey, everyone has their role they play, I guess, right? So Freud, he probably believed that we are driven by things that we don't even realize, right? How would you think that the subconscious plays in that, right? It's connected, right?
Yeah, because it's being programmed subliminally, right? So so it's constantly so it's a part of yourself that you don't realize is being programmed all the time, right? And that's why they say, like, when you're just watching like trash or basically like goy slop and whatnot, you're actually programming yourself and you don't even know it.
Yeah.
Right. This is a problem.
Yes. At a genetic level.
Right.
On the genetic level, yeah.
Right, because you might think you're not paying attention, but the truth is that there's part of yourself that's hearing it.
Right.
And paying close attention.
Yeah. Yeah. Miss Dusty gets it right here. She says your mind doesn't know the difference between dream and reality. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we got a visitor in the building.
I forgot about the beer. You want some? How about some ether?
What?
Never mind.
Yeah. And I want to sort of add an addendum to her statement that basically, it kind of proves that the mind is more real than physical reality.
Right.
In a way.
Yeah.
Or at least to me.
Well, yeah. I mean, not just to you, but the Egyptians and the ancients would even say go further. All is mind. That's all there is. This is the mind, right? That's whatnot. Hey, even Buddha, good to have you, bro. Long time no see.
Yes. So you were talking about dreams, and I wanted to say there was a book I saw that seemed interesting. I wanted to buy it, but I have too many books to read. It's called When Animals Dream by David M. Guzman. It seems good. Like, it talks about like octopuses change colors in sleep, as if replaying events, and
in their mind,
songs while asleep, and even chimpanzees rehearse their sign language while sleeping. So animals dream too, but there are a lot of questions we can ask. Like, are our dreams constrained by the senses we experience in real life? I think they are waking life. I think they are. Like, can we dream of different colors that we never see in waking life? That's a good question. Yeah. Yeah. What do you guys think about that question? Because animals, some animals can see.
Let me tell you.
Colors.
Let me tell you this. I'm sure your cats do the same thing. I'm gonna have to cycle out a second, because I'm locked up. But my dogs, especially Fin, my dog that passed away, she, aka Violet, she used to sleep and take a nap, right? And she used to literally be on her side, and she'd be like moving her paws like she's running through the grass or the forest. And you can hear her making noise, and it's the same thing. It's the quieter version of what she would do when she was hunting down squirrels and stuff. So I really believe that, like, the animals definitely dream, right? And the octopuses are crazy how they literally show their emotions or whatever through the colors that they're cycling through. And then you were saying that they can see it in the when they're dreaming. And that brings me to this. guys, and AI and whatnot and all that. Remember Philip K. Dick's famous book, Why Do Androids Dream When They're Asleep?
Oh my God, I was just about to say that, man. Because I was
I'll be right back.
basically thinking about like the AI is probably dreaming.
Yeah, keep going, guys. Go with that.
Yeah, or if you turn a computer off, does it cycle through the memory of what you used it for, while it's off? In some sense, right?
Well, I think ultimately you can only infer another person is dreaming. Maybe forests can dream, maybe too, because they have mycelium networks underground.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing. We can't ever tell what a person is dreaming about. It's really impossible. Like some dreams though can be highly symbolic. Like they don't feel like they're a part of this world. It's crazy. I don't know. Dreams.
Say that again, Avian, please.
I said some dreams can feel highly symbolic in a way that feel out of this world. Though, sometimes.
Well, you said out of this world. Like, my thing is now, because I've been big in over the years of, reading books and stuff online about, like, if I have a dream or a friend of mine has a dream, they talk to me about it, I'll look it up, like, what do the symbols mean or whatnot. And it even got to a point where, kind of like what Miss Dusty was saying in Machine, that, like, it's kind of like the same, like dreaming and waking is, it's kind of maybe the same. So I figured, like, for example, there was a time where I was seeing a lot of dead birds on the street, right? Different places and whatnot. First of all, that is weird, and that could be a whole environmental thing too, right? With all the toxins and stuff. And but I looked up in the dream, like in my dream book, like if you see a lot of dead birds around, what does that mean in the dream? Because I figure, like, hey, if it's true in a dream, maybe what's to say it's not true, when we're awake. And then and some of the things that I was saying about that corresponded with other events that was going on in my life. Awake, of course. So it's like, wow, man, maybe there isn't that much separating us from being awake and being asleep. Huh?
Yeah, that's the getting into like idealism or panpsychism and stuff like that. Yeah, no one knows the answers. Dreams are ontological experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And ontological. What do you mean by that?
Ontological means the nature of being or the nature of reality. That kind of thing. Yeah. That's unquantifiable. Like science can tell you what is the intrinsic nature of things or the nature of reality.
Yeah. I get it. I love it. Then I'm like, I love ontological things. So this is Fin. I said she used to run on the left, like she was like when she was running, she was like she was jumping and stuff like that. She's a savage in a good way. Awesome dog. And there's Winston right there. He was amazing too.
Very cute.
But thank you, bro. Thank you, brother. Here's my new pack right here. Trinity on the left, Junior in the middle, and Dream right there. All from the streets. Yeah. Okay. Buddha.
Sorry for that. My mom and I had a Maltese. She passed away 2 years ago, but I did rescue a golden retriever. So in the future, I would like to adopt another dog.
Awesome. Yeah. Do you have the golden retriever still with you now?
No, I just rescued and helped find her owner because
you literally rescued it from. Okay, cool. The owner must have been extremely happy, huh?
Oh yeah, she was. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. How'd you find it?
I used to be a pet food salesman, and they took her to get scanned for a microchip, and they weren't able to locate her owner. And then he said you couldn't keep the dog, and I told him I could keep the dog. So I kept the dog for one day, and the next day I decided to take the dog, the golden retriever, to get scanned again at another place, and they were able to locate her owner because she wasn't microchipped.
That's cool. It's a good technology for the dog, but isn't it funny how my truther hat goes on like they with the so-called architects of control, they sell this technology to limit human limits to suppress humans as something great first. Like, you don't want to lose your dog, so get the microchip. Fast forward a few moments later, 50 years, everyone has the chip as soon as they're born. Put into the computer about that.
Yeah, I think microchips. I'm just going off on a limb here, but I think microchips probably have negative repercussions to the physiology or the health of the dog too. I just think so.
Even the dog.
Radio frequency technology.
Wow, I didn't even think about that.
I don't think it's good to microchip.
No.
Yeah.
Do you see the same thing about vaccines that they give the dogs?
I think the thing is when I volunteered at a humane society, some of them like immediately vaccinate them when they're born, and I think that's not good for health.
That's not
and
good.
I don't want to talk about that's actually not good to talk about and stuff.
You're right.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, we forget, like, even though 6 years passed, there's still these crazy ass TOS stuff going on with that. Machine and avian. So Jung, it goes along with what I said about getting my using the dream book interpretations when I'm awake too, right? Because that reminds me of when Jung says, until you make the unconscious conscious, it's going to probably dictate your life and what you call fate or destiny, right, machine? Do you think like that we can supersede all that by just looking inward more and self-reflecting and whatnot, meditating or whatever, too, an example? Because how do we make some of the ways to make the unconscious conscious? Can we say that dreaming is one, at least interpreting your dreams?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think creativity would be another one. And as I said, I put a solid emphasis on daydreaming and having solitude, right, and whatnot. And maybe even contemplating nature, right? So these might be, ways in which we can understand those things. But yeah, this whole idea that everybody has repressed feelings and so on and so forth. Like, for example, everybody has a feminine aspect, right? I personally think that's kind of like going too far, right? And actually, Nietzsche originally used this idea of resentment, right, as a bad idea. It's sort of like virtue signaling that comes with repressed feelings of like sublimating one's victory so that one casts the person that they lost as a bad guy. Right. So it's like they use morality to sort of, think they have the upper hand over somebody in a situation that they don't have upper hand in. Right. So it's like,
right. And this is what it goes back to, shaming people and whatnot.
Right.
When there's no reason to.
Yeah. So shame is a huge aspect of this, and one could think of, and I think that's really what Jung is getting at in terms of like, your animus is, trying to reach you in your dreams and so on and so forth. And, I think, the guy who made Aeon Flux, right? He said that
Peter Chang.
Yeah, he said he said that the character represents his animus, right? That's his feminine aspect of his ego, right? So he was sort of a Jungian.
Yes.
Right? And he expressed his sexual desires through this character, right? And whatnot. His repressed sexual desires. Like, for example, his love for feet, right? He put that in the cartoon, right?
When she licks it, like she finally gets to the God mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
that cartoon.
Yeah, so it's kind of like the feet are huge. Her feet are emphasized throughout the cartoon.
Mhm.
So,
Especially at like I said, like the last scene where the most metaphysical, weird, psychedelic part is like she finally is done killing people and being an assassin, and her heaven is like she's set up in this chair, barber chair, where she constantly gets her toes sucked and licked for eternity.
right.
Yeah. Yeah, and also too a lot of licking too. That was something that was interesting about that too. The licking and the tongue
Yeah.
of stuff going on right there, bro. That was very I love that cartoon though. It's amazing. And they have a demiurge in there too, figure too. Interesting. Yeah. Let's say. Oh yeah, the term woke. Well, I'm gonna take it back. I mean, growing up, woke always meant like awake. You're awake, right? And that can be like and became as I got older. You're a little bit more aware than what most people see, right? You have more perception. Your perception is larger. Well, and then it became like a political thing. Woke means like extremely libtard way of thinking, but woke is woke, bro. Being awake in terms, especially if we're talking about dreaming and whatnot. How do you think we stay woke in this, like, with all these distractions everywhere? Like, what does it actually mean to, or at least what does it actually mean to be awake in a world full of distractions? Maybe you can talk about that from a Buddhist perspective, Avian.
Oh yeah, that's basically you're asking about this ties into stuff like the luminous mind, which is then also suchness, things as they are, that's what suchness is. And some Buddhists would say different stuff, other ones would say so on. I like the Lankavatara Sutra. It argues that there is a projectionless realm, a realm that is signless, that is like a pure awareness, kind of like Parmenian being that T.M.L talks about, and it says it's without duration. So that is very much like the Parmenian being. So I would say that it's to experience life, but not to cling to the signs too strong and self-identify too much of them, because there is a realm of the mind, or you can even say spirit in some sense, that is free from all abstraction and projection and signs, signless, and that leads to seeing things as they are, but it happens without compulsion, without coercion. It just happens spontaneously, naturally. But there are different levels to it. I think it's in the Pali Canon, they say neither perception nor non-perception. I think that's one of the highest. Neither perception nor non-perception.
Okay.
Yeah, but different Buddhists interpret it differently. It depends on the school and tradition and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you see it?
I think it is Parmenian, to be honest. I just think I agree with T.M.L on Parmenides. I think Parmenides is closer to the truth than Heraclitus now, but it's something I struggle with. But I do think Heraclitus is a little too extreme with his pure dynamism and his pure, reducing everything. And I think there is a kind of realm of like pure awareness, pure consciousness that has an immutable aspect. It's kind of has a more. It's atemporal. Yeah, it's atemporal. I like saying atemporal. Yes, atemporal.
Yeah, speaking about breaking down things, a machine like Descartes definitely was a guy that liked to break down big problems into smaller problems, right? Would you say, and more or less, like to take these big ideas and break it down?
Oh yeah. I believe there's a story where he sort of dissected his his wife's dog to prove that it wasn't conscious.
Oh, was it already dead?
I don't think so. Right, so he's
God,
he's kind of a messed up dude.
Yeah.
And I can't confirm or deny that story.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
Descartes did do a lot of vivisection. Vivisection is very disturbing.
Yeah.
And it's still done to this day, actually.
What does that mean, Avian? That sounds crazy, though.
Animals.
And vivisection is when you're like, looking into the internal organs of the animals while they're alive. And so it's very disturbing.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's horrible, man.
It's horrible, yeah.
Damn. God damn. Okay. Yeah. That just seems like defeats the purpose. Like you're trying to be high and noble or whatever, higher levels of, awareness and stuff. Then you do something like that. As the under the cope, right? Of we're trying to solve these big complex problems. You gotta sacrifice. That sounds like a republic, the republic type of way of thinking. Eugenics and type of way of saying, yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm much better thinker was Pascal. Right? Pascal, he posed a lot of open-ended questions about the nature of reality and he sort of had a positive view of both dreams and religion and metaphysics and nature, right? So these are all things that I think Pascal sort of prized that Descartes sort of put down, right? And and it seems like for the worst, right?
Right.
We end up with Descartes instead of Pascal, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, we should know his name should be ringing out. What's going on?
Oh, it says Schopenhauer is nice. Schopenhauer actually promoted compassion towards,
animals.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. What's up, Ragamuffin? Good to see you.
On the show. Yeah.
And it stuck with me, Machine, because the whole thing about how Schopenhauer and animals. The reason why we might like to observe animals and interact with them is because they now this is my words paraphrasing. It's kind of like they don't have that filter so much. They're like plugged into the base of reality more. I don't know. Maybe you can say that a little more. Can you use that as a jump off point, guys? One of the in Schopenhauer's vision, like why humans like to look at animals and observe them and how they're different than humans.
Schopenhauer, based on what I read of him, is that he thought the will is insatiable and is always craving for more, but the will is not exclusive to humans, and he thinks that compassion to other sentient beings that are endlessly striving is essential because they also are of the will. But he thinks the will in itself involves a renunciation of the will and stuff. So the will in itself is more aspatial, atemporal, and the will in itself is more like Parmenian being in some sense. I think Schopenhauer did have Platonic aspects, but yeah, Schopenhauer he sympathized with the animals because they are like us in that they're striving and they're struggling to survive, but he did think human beings on average, not every single human being, they tend to be more cruel. They tend to be more cruel than the animals and stuff. So he felt they were somewhat diabolical in their, the wars they do or the torture. He didn't like how human beings torture another for the satisfaction. He called that Schadenfreude. He called Schadenfreude one of the worst things a human can do, which is taking satisfaction in another suffering. That's what Schopenhauer said.
Yeah. I mean, I remember before I was sleeping, I was, sort of contemplating the crimes of Richard Ramirez, right, and thinking like, what would bring somebody to do this type of stuff, like lock, little kids in cages and, kill
old
parents
people
and have sex with old people, have sex with kids, so on and so forth. Crazy, sexual torture and stuff.
Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Richard Ramirez actually got a lot of love letters from women. You believe that? That's crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
So you think like, you can't picture animals doing stuff like this.
Yeah,
it's kind of like weird.
Yeah.
Right.
Not only the killing, but to love, admire, and lust after someone like that.
Yeah,
and this goes what Avian was saying too about the greatest crime of Schopenhauer, right? Was people who take pleasure in other people's misery. And now it's funny. What did you have? Do you still have it on your thing? Oh yeah, look at Machine License at hashtag bone maxing, right? He's talking about bone maxing, like because we've done shows about recently about the looks maxing craze, right?
Right.
Called Clavicular, our friend Curvicular, and all that, right?
Right.
And funny enough, Richard Ramirez is more and more, guys. He's becoming a very predominant figure and looked upon like as like a hero to these looks maxers because of his bone structure. They're saying it's very Chad like, and they're not even talking about the killing. And but I, as someone who was living in California when this man was terrorizing our state, the 8-year-old boy, I was 8 years old. Like I was very scared of this figure, and now I see these younger guys looking up to this guy. Look. Says I'm a bad person, but my looks are so attractive.
Yeah, but it looks like he has like a certain like type of acne too.
Yes,
there's something going on with his face that's not so pretty.
No,
and his teeth like, as well. It's like sharp teeth or something. Yeah.
Look at Machine, bro. Like he's putting the rating on him in terms of like Machine. We've seen so many of these weird videos that like it's easy to pick out these things in these people, right? So I guess he would have to work on the teeth, and you saying the skin. How's the nose?
There's not a lot of soul behind the eyes. They seem to be reflecting the room and the lights, and it's like weird.
But interesting enough, that's what they would call in the black pill looks maxing community hunter eyes. They like deep seated eyes. What they call that? Dark triad type of aesthetics, meaning someone that looks devious is considered attractive among some of these circles. So you looked over and you were sitting next to that. I looked over and I see you sitting next to the tarot actors and scam. Whoa, okay, scamming two masters. Damn, Brown's boy, true form. Yeah. McLevin in the building. He says, imagine thinking you are serving God on YouTube. That's why you're talking to Rocky.
I want to just say that's not my channel. That's someone impersonating me. What Wiccan's music shared. That's not my channel.
Wiccan, that's not. Didn't you say you put it? You kind of like you're on hiatus right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Wiccan. She means well though. She's trying to help you out. You know.
That's not my channel. That's not. If someone's impersonating me.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but like, we won't promote that. That's not even blue enough. But with that said, I'm saying thank you, Wiccan, for at least trying to, because a lot of people like to have their channel on, if it is their channel, to be promoted. I think that was a nice thought, though. Little Wing 07 says, if one is serving God, it does not change in an environment, even on YouTube. That's true. Kind of like dreaming, right? It carries over. Yeah. So guys, like we're speaking of these, like for most people, these could be considered higher level ideas, right? To someone who's just trying to make, like, how would you try to explain some of the stuff we've been talking about, these higher level ideas, to someone who is just trying to make it through the next 24 hours and survive? Like how would you, in general, think a good way of relating to, in terms of trying to share some of these things?
Well, I've told the Zhuangzi idea to lots of little kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like tons of my little nieces and nephews, right? I've hit them with the Zhuangzi, right? Because out of the entire work, it seems like the most accessible part, right? That even a kid could understand, right? Like if you tell a kid, like, hey, like there was once a guy dreaming he was a butterfly, and when he woke up, he didn't know if he was a butterfly or the guy.
Yeah.
And they go, whoa, that's weird. And they kind of think, and and one of the kids said to me and said and said when you look in a mirror, is that really you in the mirror, or is it somebody else? Right?
That's It's pretty deep.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
That's
So
pretty
I could tell
awesome,
they were going with the thought, right? Sort of going deeper into it, right?
Yeah. With that story though, I'll go with me. Like I had like amazing dreams last night. I think I would have been if I didn't have my responsibilities and my love for my family and my friends. I wouldn't mind staying in my dream longer. There's that too, right? I've had times in my life where I preferred quote unquote dreaming over than the waking life. Now, one may say you sound like depression or something like that, maybe, right? But nevertheless, some of these dreams is like, man, I want to go back in there. I want to go back in there, right? Or there's a very few where I'm like, I'm fuck that. I'm glad I'm here right now and not in that dream anymore. Voodoo, do you have a recurring dream that you've had?
My dreams tend to be somewhat nightmarish, but sometimes they're nonsensical, but sometimes they're peaceful. And I don't know. I have like crazy dreams. Yeah, I've had crazy dreams.
But is there any recurring dreams though that you have? Things like a machine was mentioning this cool cityscape. And more particular, some of these architectural buildings that he returns through over the years. That's coming through.
Recurring dreams. Well, I don't really have recurring dreams, but the motifs tend to.
The motifs, yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
what kind of style? I'm just curious. Some of those motifs.
Yeah, it's more just imagine the most Lovecraftian cosmic stuff you can in my dreams. Even beyond that sometimes. So
wow.
Yeah. I mean,
that's it.
Dream with Mithras. That was a pretty intense one and stuff. Mithras. And
this was the ancient god, right?
I became a kind of like godlike figure. Let me tell you one dream. Once I had a dream, and I told someone in my dream, "You're a figment of my imagination," and I pointed to the horizon, and lightning bolts came down. And they asked, what is the point if I'm just a dream? And I repeated some cryptic stuff like, I am that I am, or whatever. And his face was crying as I woke up. The dream dissolved and stuff. So it's like he was reabsorbed back into my mind. But another dream I had, I told someone, you're a figment of my dream. And then he just laughed at my face. This is another dream. Then his face started flashing in my dream. And I felt everything go red. And I felt my mind was in pain and stuff. And then I woke up in that one, but I did not see his face dissolve. It's like he was a part of my mind, and then he jumped out of it. You see what I mean? In that dream.
Yeah.
So he caused pain and distress in my mind and stuff when I told him you're a figment of my dream. So those are two dreams to contrast. You see what I mean? So
Yeah. Wow. Two big feelings too. One of them, you said that the guy was laughing and stuff, more lighter, right? The other one was sad, right? Did you say he was sad?
Yeah, the other one was sad.
Very sad.
Yeah, he got absorbed back into my mind when I woke up. The other one, he was more adversarial. Like he was laughing at me, and it's like he jumped out of my dream or something. Like he made my mind like red, and I felt pain. So.
The avian Buddha's dreams are always so interesting. I've had a recurring dream. I haven't had it in a while though, where I'm always trying to get to this event, and sometimes it manifests as more times than not, like kind of like an amusement park, right? And not like a fly by night, like a county fair or anything like that, but like a brick and mortar has been there for a while, like Disneyland type place, right? But I never really see the rides. The only rides I've seen is one where we were underground and we're on an escalator, and we were like on conveyor belts, and we're going. First, we had to go through the turnstiles, and then we had to go through these escalators, and it was getting us to this space, meeting hall or whatever, auditorium and whatnot, and by the time we get there, and then I wake up, right, and then there's been other times where I'm at the event, either on the stage or in the audience or behind the stage. Yeah, so that's something that I've had a lot. I see in the back. Let me ask these guys before I bring you up.
One quick thing to add. There's this interesting story I read before with this god figure. His name is Mana Yud Soche. MANAYOODSUSHAI, and he is he dreams.
Boston.
He dreams all the gods.
I'm chill. I'm not arguing.
Okay, I'm good. Cool. We're not either. Good to have you.
The god of Pegana, which influenced Lovecraft. He's a god that dreams all of the other gods, and there's this other god who's like drumming. He's called Skrull, the drummer, and he's like drumming, and it keeps Mana Yod Soche asleep. And so Mana Yod Soche is like dreaming up all the other gods, and that was by Lord Dunsany. Lord Dunsany was a major influence on other weird fiction writers like Lovecraft and Arthur Machen, I think. But I think so. Well, maybe it's after that. But yeah, Mana Yod Soche basically dream up all the other gods. I mean, it's kind of like Brahma in some sense. I don't know.
Yeah, dreaming everything into existence, right? An old god. Yeah. With that said, like, you said your dreams are very Lovecraftian. Think about all the people, like we said, like Machine we were talking about earlier before everyone came by. How you don't really, in some cultures we don't share our nightmares with other people because we don't want to manifest that. Well, think about people like Lovecraft who sound like they were may have come on their ideas, may have been nightmares that they put in their books that now set the stage for a whole genre of movies and novels and whatnot. Maybe that can affect what Jung would say, the collective consciousness. What do you guys think? Austin Murphy first? Or who else is there?
To answer it, I think that there's a fancy word for dreamlike. I'm not sure if you've ever heard this word. It's called oniric. ONEIRIC. I think so. Oniric, and oniric just means dreamlike, and I think there is an oniric dimension to creativity. So when you're like, I don't know, influencing others, via creativity or whatever, it has an oniric dimension. And Borges, I'm not sure if you ever read any Borges. He has a very beautiful but short story about this. It's very short. I could actually read you that short story if you're interested, because it ties into exactly what you're saying. It was actually a story about Shakespeare, dying, and he finally, I forgot, he goes and he confronts, I don't know if it was God or some higher being, and he asked, who are you, Shakespeare? And he said, I am no one but everyone. And then he lists like all his fictional characters and stuff. It's like their expressions, honoric expressions of himself and some stuff. Influence that came in his dreams. And you know how influential Shakespeare was with Hamlet.
Right.
Hamlet is very dreamlike. Hamlet is very dreamlike. Hamlet. Also,
he's very, especially Midsummer Night's Dream, huh? Right, that one's very dreamlike. Seems like, and not to mention all the composers probably that may come up with some of their silhouettes from nightmares or dreams or whatnot. Yeah, awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, now what's that word again? One more time, Avian Buddha.
Oniric.
In the meaning in layman's terms.
Oh, it just means dreamlike. It's just dreamy. It's
dreamlike. Okay, it's dreamy. Yeah, I always sometimes when we say the word surreal, I use that for that. Yeah, but I like your word too. It's not fancy.
Is just relating to dreams or dreaming. I don't think it's the same as surreal though. But yeah, it has overlap.
Yeah. Now, Austin Murphy, have you had any recurring dreams over the years? And if so, what are some of the things that stand out about that recurring dreams?
So yeah, I joined because this is what you guys are talking about, and actually have a lot to say about this.
Mhm.
Because
I'm glad you came up there.
it's one of my it's one of my more favorite things to I guess think about, because my dreams, I go into a lucid state every time I dream, and every night when I go to sleep, I understand that I'm in a dream, and I tell everyone in my dream that they are in my dream, and there's nothing that they can do to me. They can't touch me. They can't kill me. There's nothing they can do. All I have to do is say wake up, and I wake up immediately. And that's how it's been. That's how it's been since I was a little kid. It's always
Yeah.
been like that my whole life. I go into a dream state, and it's a different world. And I do have reoccurring dreams. Um, yeah, I have a lot of most of my reoccurring dreams. I'm flying, just like the image you see right here. Um, I'm the only one that can fly in my dreams, and I'm the only one that knows how to. Nobody else can do it, but everybody's trying to constantly chase me. I seem to. I don't know. I have a strong understanding that I'm in a dream state when I'm in my dream state. And I tell
That's
that
lucid dreaming. Yeah.
but I do it every night. Like I looked up the statistics like 10 years ago on what the probability is for someone to lucid dream every night, and I think it was like 1% or something. But like I it's every night, bro.
Wow. That's that sounds like a lot of fun, but maybe you ever feel exhausted when you wake up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I come out of a different reality into this one, and then I'm it's so hard to balance the two, because what I just experienced for so many hours and my perception seemed real, even though, whatever, I don't know what's going on. But
Yeah. I know flying in itself is very rare. Like I used to have it with my dreams. I used to fly over Ireland, like the meadow, the grasslands of Ireland and the cliffs. Maybe I was tapping into some genetic memory or something, but I haven't really had too many flying dreams. I never asked this to anybody. What's the feeling you get when you're up there?
So this is 1 second. Sorry. So this is what goes on, and this is me describing my second life that I have every single night, reoccurring. Basically what I do is I tell everyone in my dream that they're in my dream, and I say there's nothing you can do, and I jump off of something high, and I spread my arms out, and then what I do is I manipulate the palms of my hands against the wind to turn the direction of myself, kind of like a bird or something. And so like naturally I understand how to direct which direction I want to go to by using the wind with my hands. It's kind of weird to explain, but
no, it's kind of doing it right there in the video. If you see his hands are kind of cupped when he's turning.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that. That's exactly what it is. He's feeling the air, and he's directing his path based on the air, and you're just moving your hands around, and that's exactly what I do in my dreams.
So the feeling is like you're saying the predominant feeling is actually flying, the mechanism of flying.
It's feeling the air. I'm not directing myself. I'm using the wind and the air to direct myself.
Are you feeling like emotional feelings of like exhilaration, maybe a little fear or a rush?
No, because when I'm doing it, I know I'm dreaming. So I realize that no matter what anyone does to me, it doesn't matter when I wake up. So I'm untouchable in my dreams.
Yeah, I thought that bit like just by being up high, because some people don't like to be high like that. But obviously pilots don't mind, and maybe some of them like it. That's similar. But I think it's interesting that you said like when you go there, you tell people, you can't mess with me, whatever you try or whatever. And it kind of like, I would say, because we've been hitting this earlier, that maybe there's not that much difference between actually when you're awake or you're asleep. And with that said, I'm thinking about you. Sometimes like when you're awake here, you're like you kind of do that without saying it. Sometimes we're like, don't fuck with me, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Don't mess with me, because like
so when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old, I figured out that I knew when I was dreaming, so I told myself all I have to do is say 1, 2, 3, wake up. And every time I said 1, 2, 3, wake up in my dream, I would wake up. But then I evolved past that to where the point I just knew I was in my dream and I didn't have to say 1, 2, 3, wake up. I could just open my eyes whenever I want.
Right. That's good when you can learn to do that when you're younger, and then carry it over now. Shout out to Marilyn in the building. Where is she? I got my shout out to the ladies.
Ladies, if you don't mind, give us your name, your age, what you do for a living, dating status, if you want to, of course.
All that, yeah. That's not necessary though. With Marilyn, maybe other ladies. But shout out to Shadow Buddha. What's he say right here? He said, what's his comment? Shit. Here we go. He says, T.M.L, what are your thoughts on dreams and historical physics? In many religions like Buddhism, Hinduism, and even Western religions, there are stories of powerful psychics going through different realms.
Yeah, I think the realms are basically experiences that they're having here right now, right? And I think that the whole idea of, seeing a premonition is because time is really one structure, right? It's not because you're going to a alternative place to get a piece of information about something that's going to happen, right? So I don't think that it's indicative of a universal mind, but I think that it's indicative of the fact that time is one structure and that things are going to pan out. That's why you could see them before they happen sometimes. So I think it's precognition and not either a universal mind or something else, right?
So can you say that again?
Yeah, I don't understand that. I mean, I heard you said precognition. To me, that just means
right,
like predicting the future. Like,
yeah, exactly,
or
right.
Not even predicting, but knowing it without consciously knowing it, just subconsciously knowing it.
Yeah, but you could say like there's a place where all the information exists. Right, like for example, like the Akashic records, right? And you go there to get the information, right? Whereas in another sense, right, it's like, time is one thing, so you can see something before it happens because you understand all the things that are going to happen to get there, right? So I think those are two different things. So the way I'm explaining it is, it works one way, it doesn't work the other way, right?
Yeah, question for Tim. And it's also related to what Shadow Buddha asked. Actually, are you storehouse consciousness or explicit memory is not in the brain structure. I think brain is more like receiver, transmitter kind of. You think memory, explicit memory is stored in the brain? I don't think so, but I'm wondering what you think.
Yeah, it's another good example. It can't be, right?
Yeah, it can't be. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It can be. Yeah, I think the repository consciousness or our memories, explicit memory, are more spiritual than we think. It's not a mere epiphenomenon of our mind brain processes.
Right.
Sorry, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Do you think that when you're in a dream state, your thoughts are coming to you from somewhere else? You're not coming up with those thoughts? Because I've had new thoughts multiple times that I've never thought of awake that I learned in my dream state. And most of the biggest life lessons I've ever learned have been in a dream state. And they didn't come from me because I didn't know the answers when I was awake. Like, for instance, a year ago, I literally found out that the purpose of life was to be of service to others. That's the answer.
Yeah.
And I found that out, in a dream, not in real life.
Yeah, absolutely, Austin. I think there's a huge relevance to what you're saying because, like, in the first hour of this, we discussed three thinkers: Zhou, right, Descartes, and then Freud, and I discussed how they, how each of them believes the dream is a different level of sort of reality, right? And they both talk about how real it is. right? And I discussed that I think that dreams are absolutely real, that you could get real information from dreams.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So I think that that there's no way to think that this is a fake thing that's going on outside in some other world, so on and so
Yeah.
forth. I think that that's actually not true, right?
Like, yeah, dude, I've learned the craziest things in my dreams that I can't even put to words in English in real life. Like, just experiences that are like, they're just always ta-da moments, and I can't ever put them to words.
Have you ever had any sensations and experiences of colors or whatever in dreams that you never had in real life? I mean, waking life. In waking life.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Just are you
just
asking
having?
me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, Austin. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, yes, I've experienced things that I haven't experienced in waking life that I have in dream state. That's what throws me off.
Yeah, just having colors in general is kind of or at least remembering them is something that it has to like really stand out for me to remember the colors, or maybe.
Yeah, there's a type of pink I've seen that is also green. Depends on how you look at it, right? Where it's like shiny pink that's green, right? I can't really describe it here, but yeah.
So if that's the case, like there's no this theory by this guy named Daniel Dennett. He proposed some kind of you guys ever heard the cassette theory, where he said that this wouldn't hold up in his theory what you just said, because he said
your thoughts.
He said that. No, he said that he suggested that dreams might be pseudo memories, and your brain might insert like a pre-recorded tape of memories at the moment you wake up, making you feel like you just had a long experience that you didn't. So if you're seeing things that we never even thought about before, that his theory doesn't stand up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's called impossible colors. I think so. Impossible colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then that there goes to what Austin started off talking about, lucid dreaming, because lucid dreaming, in my opinion, is like it's an extended imaginative experience that's happening during sleep. And I think the imagination is very real. In some cases, like people like Neville Goddard say, that's all there is imagination. It doesn't matter if you're sleeping or not. It's just that it seems like when we're asleep, we just let loose, huh? Because we're not holding on to, I don't know, you want to call it the ego or certain things that usually weigh us down, right? You know what I mean? So our imagination just expands when you're asleep.
I mean, I don't know, man. I've been trying to figure this shit out forever. I've also heard Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't know if you're familiar, JLP. He says,
"You mean
your thoughts are not
wait,
yours."
hold on. Right, okay.
Uncle Ruckus.
Your thoughts. Yeah, where he goes. What did he say? Oh God, I'm going blank. He has all these stupid.
You are of your father, the devil.
Yes.
Oh, he has all kinds, dude. I've been listening to him for.
I know Jesse Lee Peterson.
The funny one was when he talked to he talked
Amber
to Captain
Rose.
Cesariak. That was a really.
I
funny
saw
one.
that one.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, honestly, I was laughing.
Yeah.
You like surreal dreamy artwork? One of them I think is very good. It's called The Fantastic Planet. That's a very good animation.
Oh yeah, excellent. Yeah, it's one of my favorite movies of all time. Yeah, it's like top 10 favorite movies for sure. Yeah.
Fantastic
It's
Planet.
dreamlike, right? It's very dreamy. Yeah, it's very dreamy.
Oh yeah.
You probably
I like
you watch that NPC Gabriel. Yeah, Gabriel.
I'm gonna watch that. Fantastic Planet. Okay. The one I liked to watch back in the day was the whole movie's a dream. Waking Life.
Oh yeah, excellent.
Waking Life. Austin, have you seen that one?
Great movie. Then also
Ring a bell.
Right,
that's good.
Yeah, he had an earlier movie made, where he made it off of the same method called Slacker. So both
with the animation shade cell, or what do they call it? Yeah. Avon, you seen it before? Heard of it before? Waking Life. I'll give you a little thing.
Clips. I need to watch the whole thing.
Yeah. It's basically talks to a lot of philosophers and whatnot.
Yeah, if that's the case, then we need to save it for one of our movie nights for sure. Because this is one of the
yes.
It's one of the greatest movies they've been. You know.
Here's a little sample for you guys.
And I could do a lot of commentary on this movie too, because I think this movie is pushing an agenda.
Yeah, especially when you see Alex Jones in it.
Yeah, you find out at the end where he's pushing a Jungian agenda in this movie.
Yeah.
Right. You know, he talks about how he's encountering, basically encountering a character in his dream.
Mm-hmm.
He sees a series of apparitions in his dreams, right, which are basically highly relevant to the movie. Right.
Can I just say something real quick before you play the video? I've
ahead,
often, after I saw the movie Shawshank Redemption, I've often thought that could be a possibility. We're just like in an insane asylum without knowing you're an insane asylum.
Yeah, by the way, earlier I said the dream is destiny. I stole that from this movie, Waking Life. That's actually a line from this movie.
So they say.
Yeah. They say that in the movie.
Yeah. Dream. No, say it again. Dream is destiny.
The dream is destiny. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember you said that about 20 minutes ago. Okay. Yeah. I'll show you a little trailer, but before we do that, Austin, what you said. So if we take that idea, what you just said, that means that when those of us are waking up, it might cause some trouble with everyone else that's asleep. It might, because when you wake up,
it's reversed. The insane ones are the sane are the insane.
Yeah, or it might be, that's true, but it might be nuance. It could be that even so, some of those people that are waking up are batshit crazy either way. But the point is though, I think it's interesting that how at least when I think of my journey to I guess you want to call it enlightenment or just finding meaning in life is I want to wake when I woke, quote unquote, woke up to what's really going on, started to wake up. I want to tell everyone who are still asleep. Right. And then they look at me crazy because they want to go to sleep. It's like I set my alarm for 8:00 and Avian did his at 9:00 and Machines at 10. And I wake up early and I tell these guys, wake up. They're like, fuck you, Gabe. I want to go to sleep. Leave me alone. So I can understand sometimes where some of us get frustrated when we have interesting things we want to share with people. And then they get, they're like, go back to sleep, man. Right. Well, that's why it's good to find other people who are awake. Right? I'm glad I found you guys.
So I'm not involved in any of this. I'm not going to any asylum with you guys.
But according to your theory, you might be already there. You might be already there, bro.
You might be right. Yeah.
Right.
Your life.
Yeah, the only way out of here is in a box. You know what I'm
saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna pip mine out there. Cadillac on Dubs. Escalade.
Yeah, maybe I only exist in your mind. Still just as real as anything else.
It seemed like I'd walked into an alternate universe.
You haven't met yourself yet.
I'm trapped.
I want real human moments. I want to see you.
I'm not in
that chick is
an
tripping.
objective, rational world.
You can have any kind of sex you want.
Yeah, science dude's fucked up in the head.
Seems like
Ethan Hawke's pretty on point.
Through their waking state or walking through their dreams.
So, produce a neo-human.
This dude is off his rocker.
Restricted by
The
time.
Teilhard guy.
That's him.
Yeah, this guy's full on with Teilhard Desjardins. He's completely brain fucked. Yeah, dude, this dude is cuckoo. If I
that's why it's why his character is reflecting that. Remember, he's a lot more unstable and more wiggly.
Swirled.
Swirl. Yeah, kind of like the Simpsons season 1. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. How they looked in Beavis and Butthead, really shaky.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one guy who says having said yes to one moment, you say yes to all of existence. That guy's majorly on point. I'm like, all right, bro.
You talk about the the grid system, dude.
Oh, Speed Levitch is on point too, but,
I like him.
He's totally different. Yeah, Speed Levitch is amazing in this one. Yeah, he really he blows it away. Dostoevsky and shit. It's crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm. I want to play that a second. What'd you say, Alison?
No, I was trying to figure out what he meant by if you agree with one point, you agree with all, or whatever that was.
Let's talk about that for a second.
You said, I think he said if you agree with one thing, you agree with everything, or something.
Yeah,
Everything.
like one affirmation leads to endless affirmations.
Yeah. Yeah, just like the absurdity of this reality. I guess in the pessimistic state, the absurdity of our society, for example. You agree to
like
one thing of it. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, like say you hold up your hand and you say, "This is my hand." Well, then you have to admit that
this is my wallet. These are my keys.
Yeah.
This is my everything else. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Then you have to admit, like, this hand is part of me. I'm in this, world, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. I had to think about that.
I like this one. McLevin says the people who don't pip out their box like an Escalade to escape the might be reality are delusional. Makes sense.
I'm just trying to get like a sense of where I am. Just wake up.
Do you remember me? When I say
Like a girl that Machine would be talking to or something.
remember me? When I say love, the sound comes out.
Oh, yeah, I'll say that, bro. Well, Austin, your theory seems like a great protection, like an amazing security system. When you not theory, your way of dreaming, when you're like, hey, no one's fucking with me. But my thing is like, I've had dreams where I don't know. Hopefully, it wasn't a succubus, but there's been like amazing women. Like, and I was like, I want her to
like
touch
this
me.
the girl I should be talking to, but the crazy white girl is who I end up talking to. And it's like
it's the same person.
I kind of just that brings me to like kind of a ta-da moment. Maybe I bring that into my real life, not giving a fuck about what those people think about me in my dreams because I know I'm untouchable.
Yeah.
So I think I think maybe I do bring that into my real life.
Yeah, and maybe there's a reason why you feel like that, because there are people that were trying to get you in the past or currently or whatever. But just know this here, Austin, and just like everyone else, for the most part, you're safe here in the sense that like you ain't trying to make you fly away, right? That's another thing that's interesting about your dream too, about your flying away, right? Either you're trying to escape or get away from the earth stuff, or you're trying to find new places just because it's exciting to explore.
It's probably the latter.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm beginning to think this is just it's one and the same, these dream, this like waking life and dreaming. Yeah.
Love. The sound comes out of my mouth and it hits the other person's ear, travels to their memories of love or lack of love.
It's like I'm being prepared for something.
On really romantic evenings of South.
There he is right there. There he is, the goat, Speed Leadership.
On really romantic evenings of South, I go salsa dancing with my confusion.
Everyone knows fun rules.
You can do whatever you want to.
Everything is possible. You a dreamer?
it looks so good tonight.
Bro, wasn't there a guy that like set himself on fire?
Yeah.
Right? Machine. Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, he's like a nihilist, essentially.
Yeah. Well, the guy says, Speed Labor says he's like, at night, I go salsa dancing with my confusion. That's a nice way of like turning the lemons of being confused,
right,
and uncomfortable into something like fun and playful, and I go salsa dancing, and some of those nights can be the longest night of the soul. Hopefully you can get relief off of that, because that literally is some reasons why it's hard for some of us to sleep. We have a lot of
that's
those.
ultimately a key feature in turning a bad dream into a good dream is finding play in the confusion that's occurring, right? Having a sense of play about it, right? Because like if you don't have a sense of play while you're in confusion, then you'll kind of get into seriousness, you'll demand an answer, you'll feel cognitive dissonance, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, 1,000,000%. Yep.
I feel like kind of bad at myself, hard on myself, like in school when I'm trying to teach a lesson to some of the younger students, and it's like they're kids, right? They've gone to school all day. Now they come to my academy, but we got to get through the lesson, and some kids are like, they're wandering, they're daydreaming, right? But then I have to go like, oh, they're making a joke, and the more I say like, come on, let's get serious, let's get focused, the more they laugh, and I go like, come on, man. This is serious, and it's like, this sounds ridiculous what I'm doing.
You have to do something that would get their attention rather than saying, let me get your attention. And that would get their attention way better.
Can you give me an example?
Without them knowing that you're getting their attention.
Okay, can you give me an example? That's a good idea. I like
showing some kind of, what I would think of if you're trying to teach a lesson, what I would do, I'd show some kind of crazy video online that would coincide or relate to that. And that would probably grab their attention more than you just talking, probably.
Yeah. No, that's true. And that's the beauty of teaching now, bro. I have the computer right there and YouTube and other things where I can literally do that. Yeah, it's way different than when we grew up, man.
We had projectors and shit.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone to sleep within a dream, like dream within a dream?
Yeah.
I've done that.
Good question.
I've been 5 layers deep.
Oh, dang.
Inception.
That's the furthest deep I've gone is 5 layers.
It was like 3 or 4 for me, but the more deep you go, the more chaotic it becomes. At least for me, it became more chaotic the deeper you went.
Yeah. Oh man, like when you say chaotic, what are we talking about? Like the laws of physics are extremely manipulated, or not like here?
It just becomes like weird Euclidean shapes, and I mean non-Euclidean shapes, or just weird shapes and geometric stuff. At least for me, when it happened to me, and stuff. Once I had a dream where I saw this kind of Tibetan slab, and there was this guy who kept trying to break into my house, and he broke into my house and stole stuff. And so then I went to the slab, and I fell asleep in front of the slab, and then my dream would, turn back time or go back to before he broke in, and I would try to figure out ways to stop him and stuff like that. And each time I fell, I would try to rewind the dream. That was one interesting. Another interesting dream was like I kept going to sleep within the dream, and I just kept seeing weird shapes and weird geometric formations, stuff like that.
Oh, me too. I've done that. Yeah,
what do you think those dreams are trying to tell us?
Okay, so maybe a month ago, I went down a huge dream state rabbit hole, and each dream was me trying to break out of that dream, and there was an obstacle course, and I had to figure out how to get to the end of the obstacle course to break out of that dream, but I just kept getting thrown deeper into the next dream, but it was trying to teach me how to get outside of this dream right here that I'm in, right here with you. And so the purpose, it was trying to show me the keys to get out of here. If that makes any fucking sense.
Okay.
Are there any false awakenings?
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was 2 to 3 in that dream. There was 2 to 3 false awakenings where I thought I was back here in reality and I wasn't.
And once I had it happen like 40 or 30 times, it causing me immense distress. It was extremely painful. I had 30.
I've been doing this since I was like 8 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I swear to God, dude.
Wow. Yeah.
I have 2 different realities going on.
Would you say that your reality?
That's probably why I seem like such a fucked up person when I come on YouTube and talk shit all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think are you trying to like
I've prayed to not remember my dreams, and the few times that I've prayed, it's worked. I could say that, and that's only been recently within the past month. Because I don't want to remember my dreams, because a lot of them are relapse dreams going back to alcohol, and I don't want to remember them.
Yeah. Yeah. What do they call the soup we were talking about 2 broadcasts ago in Taiwan, in the city where I live? They have a temple that talks about the 18 levels of hell, in the Taoist Chinese version. And the last thing they do on the 19th level or 18th level is you drink something called the soup of oblivion, which erases everything, your your consciousness from the last life. And if dreams are the mini death, what?
The ancient Greeks had that too. I think called River of Leaf or something.
The movie Men in Black did that too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You splash this light in your
Yeah.
eye, forget everything.
Could we say though that like in a sense alcohol is a rudimentary version in the waking life of something like that? Because depending on how much you drink, you can literally
Well, it depends if you want to go
kinda
all the way
forget.
down to the bottom and then try and work your way all the way back up to the top.
Mm.
If you want to go all the way down to the darkest pits of hell, then yeah, go that
Mhm.
way. But
yeah,
I mean,
extreme shadow work. That's
I'm
like
not going to tell
extreme.
anybody. I'm not going to tell anybody to do that because it's a miserable fucking existence.
Yeah. What do you think it caused you to drink from the beginning, Austin? Like what?
I mean, I can tell you.
Yeah.
It started when I was 11, right? I had a stepmom and a dad. And my stepmom was my mom. And they got divorced because my dad cheated on her. And I was a A+ student up until that point. And then after that, I started dabbling into smoking weed in like 6th grade and drinking. And as soon as I got a hold of alcohol, bro, I fucking went off. I was the biggest alcoholic in town by like 17 years old. Like,
holy shit,
it was bad, dude. By the time I got to the army at 19, I was a full-blown alcoholic.
Damn. Man. Wow. But
And a lot of it was because I had easy access to it because my dad had a ton of it. He drank every night. But my dad's different. I've seen him drink every single night for my whole life, and I've only seen him drunk. I mean, within 2 hands, I can name how many times. It's weird. He doesn't go past the limit, and I don't have a limit.
Yeah. Oh man. When you went to the army though, did you even have to stop it for a moment? Like, or did
Yeah,
you
I
just
did.
continue?
I stopped. I went to infantry basic training. I went to the hardest military basic training in the United States. They don't send everyone there as far as the army goes. And yeah, I went through fucking hell for 10 weeks. Didn't drink. And then they sent me over to Virginia to go through my AIT school training shit. But yeah, I mean, that was the last time I was really sober, I guess, because after that I always had access to alcohol. I didn't have access to it in boot camp and shit,
Yeah. It's crazy. Like when I saw your picture, like almost 2 years ago now, your avatar, you in your uniform, and I was like, "Who is this? Like, bro, this is like savage, cool, dude. They got this military army dude, like listening and engaging and
and that's the reason. That's the reason I keep that profile picture is because I want to let other people that have had my past and been in military or police realize that you can break out of that programming system that we're all a part of, and there's other places like this that we can discuss fucking open ideas and shit. So that's the reason I've had that exact avatar for that many years. That's the only reason why. I want to bring people over to this side.
Yeah, my best friend Brian the Marine, he's similar to that. He just doesn't do shows or stuff like that, but he's definitely questioned things like, remember right before he went to Iraq in 2000, what was it, 2008? Yes, like we were reading Behold the Pale Horse, and then he got shipped off, and like that's the type of guy he was, and he's like, so there's a lot.
That's how I was, bro. Sorry, I have a really bad problem with cutting people off. That's how I was up until the point. So I did a deployment. It wasn't a deployment. It was a rotation to South Korea, and we had indirect fire. there was no hand-to-hand combat or anything like that. Fucking, I get back to Fort Hood, Texas, where I was stationed at. I was with the 1st Cavalry Division, and my buddies in the Army, they all had connections to acid. And so I started dabbling in that. And that's where I started
On
my spiritual
base?
experience on base. Yes.
Holy crap.
The
that's
second time I
intense.
did acid, I was coming on base and we all had to step outside of the vehicle and had to go through a double search by the MPs, and we were all tripping hard on acid. Yeah, dude.
How the hell did you guys get through that shit, bro?
Oh, it's a good. I don't know. It's a good question.
Maybe you never did. You're still there. You're gonna be still there right now in the break. Yeah. Here we go. So yeah, I want to hear more of these stories. I'm gonna have to one of these days. Maybe we can sit down and just have like a conversation about all this shit.
Yeah, I have. I could, dude. I've lived a crazy fucking life. I just don't really talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I understand, man. Yeah. So GTGT says, I have one recurring dream. I'm walking home from school. I'm nearly home. I turn down the street just before my house, and I end up in a completely different suburb. The dream continues like that. Wow, that's like backroom stuff. That's wild. I've had dreams, guys, like where I was walking in these like these very narrow streets with the houses that are like Baltimore row houses, like from The Wire, all next to each other, right? And I can, as I'm walking down the street at night, these narrow streets, I can see that there are multi-level houses. I can see on the first floor of these houses, like there's like a transparent window on them. What's up, Narrow Jack? Yeah, come through. There's a transparent window on them, right? And I'm looking at people like their living room. I'm just walking and doing my thing. And sometimes I'm going faster, but I think I'm walking, but I'm going faster, not quite flying. Kind of like flying on the ground, or like it's a similar thing. And then come to find out, bro, that little recurring dream I had, I have a feeling that was Taiwan, bro, because that's exactly how it is here. And I've never even seen Taiwan before I moved here, you know, and it's I'm looking at the window right now, and that's exactly what I do. And that fast when I was looking into the houses, that's because people have like a storm, like an automatic door that goes down over their windows, and during the day most people have it up and you can look into their house, right? And then here, when I was flying down the street on low level, that's me on my scooter, on my motorcycle. So this is like, bro, this is like 20 years before I got here.
That's
crazy. I
I've
just thought
had the
about that
same
right now.
dreams.
Yeah.
Are you when you're flying low to the surface, are you trying to get higher up but you can't?
I don't even think that's in my consciousness, man. And that's something that's to be said about me now, right? You know what I mean? Like that's like, I think I kind of admire you and my friend Sean, who comes on here, who can actually fly, you know, and like, that's cool. I don't even think like that. Maybe it's because I'm kind of limited. I say I want to be ambitious, but maybe I need to really look at that, you know, type shit. So
yeah, my first spiritual experience was when I was like 7 or 8. I was a kid. I remember I was sleeping in my bunk bed, and I got to me it wasn't a dream. To me this was real, and I told myself, for as long as I live, I will never tell myself that it wasn't real, to this day. And so I got shot off into this void of black matter with white lights, you could say stars, whatever, and there was a big door, and the door was basically a portal, and it was telling me to go through the portal. And I don't remember if I went through it or not, but I woke up and I was like, I got back into my body. I like left my body, bro. And this was as a kid. I could be wrong, whatever, but to me it was real. And so ever since then, I don't know. I've been more open-minded, I guess.
Yeah, these dreams are reminding us these things that maybe we've always known or we forgot.
Yeah,
sure.
I haven't thought about that in years, bro. I just thought about it right now.
See, this came up right now. This is why these conversations are great like that, man. Machine Friedrich Nietzsche. I was reading that he he said about dreams is it's to him it's like an evolutionary time machine, where the brain kind of reverts back to a primal, pre-rational stage of human history. That's a little I found about dreams. What he said. What do you think about that?
Yeah, here's a line, from his book. Right, he says dreams. He says we have no dreams at all or interesting ones. We should learn to be awake the same way, not at all or in an interesting manner.
One more time. Say that again. Dreams.
He says dreams. We have no dreams at all or interesting ones, and we should learn to be awake in the same way, not at all or in an interesting way.
I see. That's basically seen as all as one, right?
Right.
But the most important thing to make it interesting. Okay.
Yeah, there's another one he has about dreams. I'll try to find it. But yeah, he's got a couple of things about dreams.
Right.
But yeah, he thought that we should use it to inform our waking life.
Yeah, I agree with that, definitely. It's kind of like the Sigmund Freud had the concept of the royal road to the unconscious, where he also believed that. I guess if you can figure these things out, you can identify like your dreams. That he believed that dreams were disguised fulfillments of the repressed nature of you have, like sexual. What do you think about that? The sexual repression and all that. That dreams may deal with that.
Yeah, I think for people that are sort of like in the lower chakras, or to borrow a term.
That's a nice way to say it.
I'd be down in that red, boy.
But it's like real men, they dream of like temples and shit that people can't see or understand, and that men couldn't possibly have built, and so on and so forth.
They don't dream of Imperius, like what Imperius says. Like,
hold on a second, Imperius. I'll be your bitch. Do you want me to be your bitch, Imperius?
No, I don't want pussy.
Oh, okay.
You like that? Shout out to the book of RML. Shout out to Neurojack too. Who the hell is that? That's okay. Well, 1 second, machine. Hold on. That Michael Aquino, the Temple of Set, your grandfather, your uncle, or something like that, allegedly, Neurojack.
I wish it was my uncle. He would have taught me some stuff.
Yeah, Colonel Michael Aquino, right?
Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel, excuse me. Yeah. How's it going, Neurojack?
Good. Sorry, my audio switching up, so I apologize. But everything's good.
Let me ask you. First of all, I had a great time in your stream yesterday. Catching up with Twilight and them and Zephyr. Machine, hold on to what you were gonna read, what you were gonna say. But let me ask you, Neuro, can you remember a recurring dream you had? And if so, what are some of the themes or things you remember from it, or the feeling that you got from it?
You said that one more time.
have you
get reoccurring dreams?
Yeah, and if so, like, can you tell us like something about it or whatever?
Recurring dreams? Wow, that's a really interesting question. There's only one that comes to mind instantly right now that's easy for me to recall. Like, I've had other ones, but so I grew up in my house. I called it my blue house when I was a kid. And I used to have a lot of dreams about, like, do you remember those videos in the 90s, like remember the movie The Crow and like Batman and Robin and stuff like that? And remember they always did like this like glow in the dark paint stuff, you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
So
black light,
I had like a
kind of.
Yeah. So I had like a creepy basement, and in this basement, there was like these little pipes and stuff, and I used to dream that like under these pipes, there's like this whole underground world with people who look like they're in that UV painted light stuff. Like their eyes look like that, and they had like tinges in their hair and stuff. And I know this seems like really not important, but like I had that same dream so many times where like got to the point where I was like, it was weird. I was like, it happened over the course of many years, where like that same kind of thing would happen over and over again, where I'd like go under my house and there's like this whole like underground world, and it was like scary in a sense, but it's also more like something trying to call me to it, I guess, or something. So it's pretty weird.
Those were
Yeah.
my cousins. Those were my cousins. You're dreaming of my cousins.
Of
Your
what?
cousin?
I'm joking. I was just joking. I said you were dreaming of my cousins.
Well, we were
I don't
cave
know.
people, so I mean, it's possible for sure.
Shout out to Yakub. The Neurojack. That's interesting with the paint, with the face fluorescent like weird like color on their faces, man.
When their
I'm
eyes,
thinking like
especially their eyes. Like their eyes were like that color,
like neon.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. It was
Yeah.
very like almost like gorillas. You know how the gorillas, the music, the music group, and they have like those big giant eyes like that. It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had so I had the same reoccurring
No,
dream
Jack, watch
that
this.
basically you just said, and it was we had a green room. It was called the green room, and that was the house I grew up in, and that's where I had my TV and video games and movies and shit. So that was my hangout
Yeah.
room, and I still to this day have reoccurring dreams of getting chased by like demons that lived in that home before we moved there, and they're like in the walls and shit. And then there's always like a car that comes by down the block and it chases us inside, and I have to get inside before they shoot me and kill me. Yeah, that's been a reoccurring one forever.
That sounds like a nightmare or an action at best.
Yeah.
An action dream.
It was kind of similar to this looking too, and there
belly.
was some element. Like I definitely had dreams of that same house where things were trying to kill me and stuff like that too. So there's something, and I also like that's where I consume most of the media that impacted me, like all the movies I watched as a kid that impacted me, all the video games I played, like Mortal Kombat, etc. So I think there is something about that. It's kind of like you're around the time that you'd have a bar mitzvah or something, So maybe that's something about
Which
it.
is a ritual. Which is a ritual of becoming an adult, more or less. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that's like that, and that's the house that I became I became an adult at like 12 years old, I would say, right? So like that's around that time.
Yeah. It all lines up. It all lines up. Yeah. That's wild, bro. Were you scared with this, seeing those things? It sounds kind of scary. Or were you kind of excited and curious about it when you were dreaming? Or I mean, after when you.
Well, I'll tell you one of I'll tell you this one thing that wasn't really a recurring dream, just because it's interesting. So like, so I used to have these nightmares, and when I was young, and the last time I had like super bad nightmares, my uncle's girlfriend had come over, and she knew that I had nightmares or something, and so she took off this keychain that was like a dream catcher and put it under my pillow. And it actually really worked. Like instantly when I went to sleep, like all these negative thoughts like left my head, and like I stopped having bad dreams after that. So pretty interesting experience.
Sorry, what did you say it was? What was it called? A Nietzsche?
A dream catcher.
Oh, a dream catcher. Oh, I misheard that. No, I had the same experience. My grandma, she was born in an Cherokee Indian tribe. And so like we grew up, she would teach me how to make bows and arrows and all the Indian stuff, right? And she gave me a dream catcher one night, and it was like the most peaceful fucking sleep I had, and that was when I was a kid, and I just remembered that. You guys are bringing back all my fucking memories.
Yeah, man. Maybe we're all maybe like what'd you say, Machine? There's really not that much difference in your opinion, right? About people, like in terms of like the archetypes and stuff like that. So it wouldn't make sense if there wasn't that much people. I mean, difference like that. We could have overlapping experiences in the waking and also in the dream. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it only applies to people, really.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there are rare cases where, obviously people are highly unique, but yeah, most people will fall in line, I think.
So Really quick, I wanted to ask Machine
I'm
what he
highly
meant by
unique.
I wanted to ask Machine what he meant by the whole like real men dream of like temples and stuff. I don't know. I mean, I definitely have dreams of some stuff like that, but I've also had the other side of that. So, and I say I more often than not, like I would say the most often of what I dream about is usually like living a life that is similar to this, but somewhere else. It's just that the time is very distorted. If that makes any
But
sense, right?
you don't have any control over that. Wouldn't you know it if you did? You're not living a life anywhere else. You're living a life right here, right now with me, with all of us. There's no other real life.
Well, I mean,
How can you?
I don't know
How
about
can you?
that. I mean, if the only way that you know that this is real is by experience, and when you're dreaming, you're experiencing something. So I don't know about that. So.
Okay, so you're saying that there's an alternate real life other than this one.
I'm saying that you can't prove otherwise.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
comment.
I guess, yeah.
I want to comment on something.
Can't prove otherwise.
Yeah, the default mode network of the human brain is called default mode network. It's active while you're at rest. It's actually very similar across people of different cultural backgrounds. That's why we can understand the mythology and the metaphors and symbols from different cultures.
Okay.
Because the process activities are the same. Also, have you ever seen? I don't really like it that much, but have you seen Star Trek: The Next Generation? The episode called Darmok. It's called Darmok. Have you seen that episode?
Yeah, maybe I've seen it, but I didn't know the name of it. So can you give us a synopsis, please?
Yeah, basically in that episode, there's this different alien species. The way they communicate is so different linguistically from human beings. Like it's not like they use metaphors and symbols in very like non-human ways, and so the way they decode their language is so different. And so it's not like we can communicate with those beings. You have to take a lot of time to decode their language. And so, well, we can like communicate rapidly. And
you think? Do
you share that thing, that default, like you said?
Wait, do you think that it's possible to decode that language?
Oh yeah, they do decode it, but it takes a long time.
It takes so long.
What do you have to do? Where do you have to go?
Yeah,
where do I have to go? Do I have to go to Yale and join Skull and Bones? What do I have to do?
They use certain like I don't know. In that I'm talking about fiction though. Like,
fictional, yeah.
Yeah, we never encountered a being like that, but
I would say in general, you would have to recognize patterns, right?
Reality seems pretty fictional.
Yeah.
There's actually a good movie called Arrival. It came out in 2016.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was
like machine. Oh yeah. You mean the one with the black spider-looking abstract hazy thing? Yeah, I'd ask you this before. Hey, what's up, Lindsay? Good to see you. One more time, Aiden. What is the crux or lesson from that movie? You think will you get from that movie? Because I know it's a fascinating visual movie for sure.
Yeah, basically in that movie, those squid-like things were like communicating in a kind of language that could cut across past, present, and future. Like their language has a
non-linear
aspect that goes beyond linear time. And so they're like decoding their like written language or something. And it's like when she decodes it, she's able to tell her future because that being could like see into her future. That had like a kind of that movie kind of portrayed.
Damn, bro, you're out there. You're fucking. You should write movies.
Multi-dimensional. Yeah, it was a good movie. It's a good movie.
Yeah. Is some of the stuff from that movie right here. Really good.
Can I send super chats?
Yeah, I won't have it back until May.
Oh,
May 11th. Yeah, I appreciate it. But you can send me a Buy Me a Coffee. Buy Me a Coffee.
Oh, buy you a coffee.
It's called Buy Me a Coffee.
I'll buy you a blowjob. I'll buy you a blowjob.
I'm good. I appreciate the thought, though. Maybe in the dream world, you get one of those succubus.
Before I move on, I wanted to ask Machine about that temple thing again, because I wanted to know what he meant about that temple comment.
Okay, but hold that real quick. So we got money's thing. The time is money.
Yeah,
but I'm trying to. Just real quick. So if Austin or anyone else, like just take the time real quick. If you do want to give a donation, it helps. You know, I can buy some.
That's what I'm trying to do, bro. And I
for my
never use
family,
buy
all that.
coffee. I mean,
It's cool. It takes a lot less a percentage off than StreamYard. StreamYard takes 30. I mean, YouTube takes 30%. Buy Me a Coffee only 5%. So yeah.
Right.
So I dropped that in there because anybody wants to do it. It's greatly
all right.
appreciated.
How do I get? Is that an application, or do I have to go on like a Google or whatever?
It's Google or whatever.
Okay.
I mean,
I'll
it's
go
yeah,
on.
it's a browser. Yeah. But I appreciate anybody. Yeah. Who does that? And thank you for everyone for being here, and thanks for asking, Austin. Neurojack. You said you and Machine. You had a question for Machine or somebody.
Yeah, he's asking me about the temple thing, but I don't know. I think he may have stepped away. There you go.
He's driving.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
I mean,
you said real man, no temples.
Yeah, I was just saying that there's a corresponding structure in your imagination to what you experience in life and what your dreams reflect. So I'm just saying, like a temple or like a sort of insane labyrinth, sort of represents a deeper sort of inner structure than something like a sexual experience that basically everybody has. It's
fleeting.
Thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's fleeting, yeah. Whereas a building is unless you're one of those weirdos from T.M.L, not T.M.L. What is that station? The learning TLC, where the people like have sex with their cars in the house.
Oh yeah.
What if you're being projected in your brain when you go to sleep? Your thoughts are being projected into you, and then you're acting upon those in real life. What if it's the opposite of what you just said?
Yeah.
I mean,
what are the results of that?
You said what you experience in real life, that's what you're going to see in your dreams. But I mean, from my experience, I've learned more in my dreams than in real life.
Yeah, but you've learned it for what?
Purpose, yeah.
I mean, there's got to be some reason I learned it. I don't know.
Right, well, that's the question then, right? Did you learn it for dreams or did you learn it for life, right?
Yeah. Well, think about that while we bring up
so that would mean that what matters, what happens in this life, has more meaning than what happens in your dreams.
Maybe.
Right?
I mean, it depends again what level of reality the dream has, and I would
actually remember something.
I'm not trying to fight, bro. I'm just asking.
Very interesting related to here. Yeah, let me bring up. You know about hypnagogia and hypnopompia?
Oh yeah, coming out and going into
speaking of tongues.
Yeah.
Wait, no, never mind. Go ahead.
Like that.
Yeah.
What of them?
My nigga.
What's up, Hostile Happleborn? Good to have you, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah, I saw what's going on at Twilight there. I'm really deeply interested in that for a number of reasons. But
yeah, what's going on, guys?
It's good to have you, man. Speaking on dreams, I think I have a question for you. What Avon, you were going to say? Go ahead about hypnagogia.
Hypnagogia or hypnopompia refers to transitional phase while falling asleep or while waking up. It's like the liminal space. Sometimes you're paralyzed. And let me tell you a short story. Once my friend gave me an ammonite.
Wait. You gotta tell the story. Then we gotta do the get ready in the proper mood.
Can I ask you a question, bro? I'm trying to figure out this buy me the coffee thing and it's not working.
Yeah, I think it'll ask you like if you want to buy. It's just $5 a coffee, and then you just put one of the whatever coffee, how many you want, and then I think that's it. Yeah, that's what I know about how to do it. I don't think you have to make an account or anything. You just I'm sorry, Avian, go ahead.
Anyway, I'm going to tell you about my hypnagogia experiences, which are more interesting than dreams, because that's like an indeterminate state. So I'm going to start with the first one. First one I saw when I was younger. I saw my bird body shaking in third person, and I was watching a cartoon. and I became a part of that cartoon, and the narrative in the cartoon changed. So like seeing my body in third person, and then I saw watching myself become a part of the cartoon. The second one I want to say is that once my friend gave me an ammonite, and
I
she was in
see.
the hypnagogia state, and this black shadowy being walked behind me. The first time it only placed its hand on the ammonite. The second time in my dream, I was holding the ammonite during the hypnagogia, and the black being this time opened a portal behind me, and I could like see constellations and other stuff, and it like stepped into me. That black shadowy being. It was like a kind of, I don't know if that's like a demonic possession or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it's
And
cool.
that's when you were like in between sleep stages.
Yeah,
This
that's what
happened.
happened.
Interesting.
I actually
Yeah.
have a friend. She had the same experience in the in-between state. She saw
Oh.
shadowy beings. Like you tend to see shadowy beings, and some people claim they see fish people during I've never seen fish people though, but some
You
people
think
claim.
this is a plane of existence, avian Buddha? That's
Yeah, I
always
think
there.
so. I think it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's taught that they're planes of existence in the mystery traditions or in magical orders.
Oh yeah. Tell us more about that, please.
I mean, that's it. They claim that it is, and they
Okay.
teach initiates to travel to each one of them.
Get familiar with them.
Yeah, they're a part of the grades that you go through, whether it's self-initiatory or, I mean, most of them use the same Kabbalistic framework. So you're usually traveling through there's like the famous medieval or Renaissance cosmology where there's Earth and then there's these concentric circles, and each one represents a planetary plane of existence until you get to the crystalline sphere, the firmament, and the empyrean. So those three kind of represent like the beyond Keter and the Kabbalistic tree. But yeah, those experiences that Avian is describing is very similar to initiatic experience in magical orders. You have journals and you write these kind of experiences down. And yeah, it sounds like something you'd hear from an initiate that has this experience.
Yeah, I want to say one more other weird thing. Mithras appear a lot in my dreams. Mithras, and one of my I learned before my last name change. It's very rare, and I have a relative, or not a relative, but he has the same last name, which was rare, and he's buried in a Mithraeum, in Northwest Iran. So it's possible that I have a relative buried in a temple for Mithras.
Hey,
Do you think you're right?
Gabe, I sent you money, by the way.
I'm checking it right now. I appreciate that, man. That's very generous of you. Every bit helps. You know, got this family and whatnot. Thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that. Hyperbolic, hostile. I'm just curious. Have you ever do you have a recurring dream you've had over the years? And if so, could you is there any things that stand out about it? Any just the environment or the feeling you got when you were there?
No, not recurring dreams. No, not since I was young. Ever since I started doing magical work, they don't recur anymore. Yeah. Honestly, if I'm not spending my energy or effort on constructing that astral vision, I don't dream. I've exhausted those. I don't know. That's how I see it. I don't really have an explanation for it scientifically, but it seems like I exhaust a lot of my, the quote unquote dream juices during my waking life. The method I used particularly was a somnambulance method. It's sort of like hypnagogic or hypnopompic, the what Avian is explaining, but a little bit different. Kind of like the combination of sleep and wakefulness, like a daydream, instead of out of sleep into wakefulness. Or
I wanted to tell Gabriel this because we're talking about. Hey, what's up, buddy? I wanted to say this because I know a dude growing up. He from young he always told he was going to be blind when he was 21, and if I'm not mistaken, I haven't talked to him in a little bit, but he was going blind at the time.
Holy shit!
But
yeah.
And I also know somebody else that's blind. They always tell me they only dream about things when they used to see.
Oh.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like things when they were a kid, like when they could see.
Before,
so
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
right, and now they don't really. Yeah.
That's fascinating, huh?
That's what I'm saying. Now, can I tell you it's 100% facts? No, but I'm just saying the people that I've talked to, this is what they say. When they go blind, they don't dream anymore, which is kind of fucking weird. And I know, like, even my old lady, she gets so deep in a sleep. She said she doesn't dream, but I know she dreams because I hear her. Whoa, no. People speak in their sleep, right?
Yeah, she's in it.
Right,
That's
but she just doesn't remember it.
Yeah, that's tripped out because you kind of take it for granted that dreams are visual. Like it just kind of like
right.
And so it's kind of
Dude.
weird because like you never have like just an audible dream.
Right. No, me growing up, I've always had dreams of being chased, and they catch me, and I'm trying to fight them, but I'm in slow-mo. I can't do shit. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, and some of them are the same. It's very strange. It's pretty messed up. But maybe that's something to do with me. Who knows, right? Everybody's different.
There's sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just going to throw something else out there about the states and the methods for attaining dream vision or second sight.
Austin,
Rudolf Steiner, in his order, in the anthroposophic work, one of the first goals for the anthroposophic initiate, which most don't achieve, but he would like them to achieve, right, is this state of continuous awareness. And he gives a method for it, and it's quite simple, but nobody can keep up with it. You got to make a habit out of it. And he calls it he gives it a name. I can't remember its name, but basically before you go to sleep, you have to backtrack everything you did in the day as precisely.
I heard this. Yep, I've heard of this. Even with blind people, right?
Yeah,
just
and
anybody.
he says you get as specific as you can as possible for as long as you can. Like when you first try this, like most people that you can't even go like 5 minutes. Like you'll fall asleep.
They fall asleep, huh?
Yeah. But the goal is like you consciously slip into the dream state as you're remembering, and then eventually you start to realize, just like the process to astral projection, where you get to the medium state, which is lucid dreaming. You get to this point to where you have these realizations that, hey, I'm actually I'm in a dream state, or hey, I'm not in the conscious waking world, or whatever.
Right. What you're saying is like, it reminds me of my friend Justin, Waking Wizard. He's a friend, best friend of the show. He loves Neville Goddard, and like how one of the methods Neville would say was like, before you go to bed, recap your dream, right? Be detailed in your day, recap your day, go through it. But this is like, Neville had a different purpose for it. I think in order to set up your next day to be good, like he would say, take out the things you didn't like or whatever, and make them like how you wanted them. And as you go to, and then you go to sleep, you're setting the default when you wake up. And I like what you said though about even something for as simple as falling asleep was, like I said, that's a big thing for a lot of people. Have horrible sleep problems. So I appreciate you sharing that. And let me see. I have something that I wanted to do real quick. It should be right there. Where is it? I see somebody put something in the back, but I have to share this really quick. Shout out to Mr. Austin Murphy. Oh man, I have the thing where it's he just did a big donation, bro. That was very, very kind of you. Let me see, entire screen. Thank you, Austin, for that. Here we go. There, can you guys see that?
I can't
screen.
No, but that's okay. We can't. I can't see it. We
Okay,
can't
well,
see it.
I'll put it
Keep
out.
that to yourself.
I keep it to myself. Now I want to give him props because it's been a long time since I got a donation because the damn YouTube took my shit away. But for momentarily. But yeah, thank you, Austin. I'm not making this
He's right
show
there.
about how to get money, but money is important. And yeah, there we go. Austin, thank you. $50, big dollars from Mr. Austin Murphy, bro. That helps. You're gonna thank your little nephew Benny. You can help pay for his next judo tournament. How he's gonna get there.
Right on,
Appreciate
bro.
that. Appreciate that.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Whoa, was that Mac Dre?
Yeah, Mac Dre.
Whoa.
Baking soda.
You like that?
I do. That's like a blast from the past.
Well, you're from the Bay, right? You're familiar with it. You're familiar with it, though.
I'm familiar with it, yeah, for sure.
Look at that, guys. Look, this is for you, a hyper.
Whoa.
Look at that. Mr. Furley.
The Thizzle dance, bro. This is crazy.
Yo, even Pac used to go crazy, dude. Like,
Austin knows about that. Hold on, Austin. Hold on, wait. Look at Austin.
I dust myself off like I just sold third. Hey.
Let's go, bro.
We're covered, bro.
From the Bay. I'm from the Bay, homie.
He was
me
going
too, bro.
down.
Yeah, then we got Machine Lies over here, all the way from fucking Michigan, motherfucker. Recognize me.
I might send you another $100. I'm feeling myself. I might send you another $100.
Nah, it's okay. I appreciate that, bro. You're amazing. You're amazing,
dude.
bro. Yeah, man.
Yeah, 50.
I'm happy you're here. Yeah, but okay.
Does everybody dream? That's what I was gonna ask here. Does everybody dream?
Okay, that's a good question. Well, I do, and I think I had a great dreams yesterday. They were fun. Well, I'll have to say this though. I think everyone dreams, but do we remember them? That's the thing.
I remember all my dreams, dude, and some of them are very scary. That's what I was gonna ask you. Like, do your dreams like it feels like real life, dude? I woke up crying.
You know what it seems like to me? It seems like
different realms type shit.
Different realms.
It seems like the dreams that are the most important actually stick with you, and the ones that aren't kind of fade away.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can remember a significant experience in a dream, and it will stick with you, but the other ones kind of just fade off.
Now, when you say the significant, what do we mean? Like in terms of like when I think of significance,
something that feels real that is not supposed to feel how it does in your dream.
No, what he's saying is the important ones stick with you. The ones that are bullshit, they don't really. The ones that really stick.
That means the things the things that are significant, the things that you need? Because I've had some great dreams that like I can barely remember that. I'm like I was saying, I wish I can go back into the dream that I can't even remember what happened, but I know the feeling was amazing.
Right, dude. I've had that too. Like knowing the feeling and just knowing a little bit, but I just can't remember all of it.
Yeah.
Like little pieces here and there. Dude, I remember
I wish we had a gay
in the
person
woods
here.
and shit. Like I know that shit. It's weird, man.
Why?
It's fucking weird, dude.
I want to know
I
if gay
don't know.
people have dreams about
if they
about
dream
being gay or if they're straight dreams.
Oh shit!
Like if it's ingrained in them, or they just create it.
Remix.
That's a good question. We're gonna rewind that. Yeah. Well, that's a good question though. I remember. Oh, that reminds me of like True Life Stories, the psychedelic stream. Shout out to True Life. My friend Black Wolf, he had Kalindi E. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Kalindi E. From Michigan, right? Detroit. He was like, rest in peace. He was like the quintessential high dose psychedelic taker, mushroom taker. He would take like 50, 60, 70 grams of mushrooms. Right, if maybe even more. And I remember he was on Yeah, right. He was on the show, and Ozo, Mystery Ozo, another friend of our show, and True were interviewing him. And Black Wolf from SoCal, he asked him a question. He said, "Kalindi, are you ever a woman in your trips?" It's a good question, but you got to remember, Kalindi is like our Terrence McKenna for some of us, right?
Dude,
that was a
you know
lot,
what's
right?
crazy?
And he asked him that question, and it was like, wow, bro. Everyone's like, Black Wolf, come on, bro, show some respect. And Kalindi was like, there's a lot of, I forgot. He said, like, yeah, I mean, everyone has their own trips and their interpretation. But he didn't say yes or no, but he's like, this Nick, come on, bro. Like,
no, I thought it was funny.
That's never happened
Gabriel,
to me. I've had all sorts of dreams, like dreams where like like I've had like a giant like dick that was like bigger than like my legs and stuff. Like, even dreams where like some bad was gonna happen to my dick.
Was somebody else's.
Like, explode, or like somebody was gonna kind of like cut it off or some shit. But no, I've never became a woman like that.
Now, have you ever dreamed about somebody else's dick? No homo, but like, was there other dicks involved? No, I asked that because
no, absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
Me
but
neither.
I have had dreams where
in my dream.
I'm glad you guys didn't ask me.
Yeah. Like,
have you?
Oh, motherfucker! Oh shit!
Hey, we love you at the end of the day. We love you. We love you,
Austin. Appreciate you. Love you too.
I've been having sex with a woman and she'll
I'm too transparent.
A woman.
It's all good.
Yo, bro. No, that's what I was gonna ask.
To another woman?
T.M.L.
Okay.
No, seriously, like nobody woke up feeling things. Like I've had dreams of banging a bitch, and I wake up fucking with my dick hard as fuck. You know what I mean? Shit like that.
It's called
but not
wet dream, right?
But or waking up crying, or like feeling the pain.
Crying, yeah.
And thinking my dad and my mom died. I woke up with that shit, bro. Like, and I remember it to this fucking day, dude. It's the weirdest shit.
How about if you were dreaming about like I have my mom who passed away, and I hadn't talked to her in a long time, and I finally came to my dream, and I was scared when I saw her, and then before I woke up, I'm like, oh God, that's my mom. Why am I afraid? And then when I woke up, I was so angry at myself. But like, you wasted some time you could have had with her. Yeah. So it goes a lot of different ways you can look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the way my mom, because she passed away, but that's not the way she passed away. No, but it was just the dream was not the way she passed away. So it wasn't like, you know what I mean? Hey, this is going to happen to your mom in a few years or anything like that.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting?
Or maybe it was. I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe in a different way. You know, I don't know. It's fucking
I was gonna say we all have like unexplainable experiences with dreams, and we all have that in common. None of us can actually, none of us can really describe what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's something
outside of us.
It's something outside of us that's happening. Is what I'm trying to say.
That's what Machine was on the first hour. We got into that, right? With the Descartes, the whole thing. It's actually real. What the hell's no, that's okay. But it's good that you reset it, because that's what we always like to bring it back for people who just showed up. Like the Descartes thing about like what is. Oh no, even the best one is the butterfly dream, Machine, right? For those of us who weren't here, can you say that, Machine?
Yeah, recap that.
Yeah, I took a biased stance during the first hour, where I was talking about the benefits of understanding Shang Zhu, his idea that the dream has one-to-one relationship with reality, and the flaws of the Cartesian viewpoint, right? That that the dream is a protrusion of the mind. And then I said, it's furthermore filtered through Freud's idea that the dream is a reflection of the self. So I said I'm sort of, it's an ever decreasing range for what the dream sort of accomplishes, right? When you go to, from Shang Zhu to Descartes to Freud, right? And then
that's amazing.
Obviously Jung tries to synthesize this by saying that the unconscious represents the collective unconscious, and that I think that was a misstep in my opinion. But so I explained all this in the first hour.
Yeah,
is interesting.
No,
you just said it way
you're
better
right,
than
dude.
I could ever say it.
I believe it. I kind of believe that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Austin. Go ahead, bud.
No, I'm just
I
saying.
got-
I can never say it like that. It's a one-to-one relationship. You
Yeah,
start
that's a
it
cool way
with
to say it.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
One and the
so-
same. Hostile. Yeah, I was gonna talk to you about
One,
that.
there's a lot to cover right here in the past like 5
Right.
minutes, but addressing
Mhm.
that, right? So like the 1-to-1, obviously not a 1-to-1 ratio. Reflection of
Yeah,
yourself,
yeah.
obviously not just a reflection of yourself. I would say Jung's synthesis, if you want to call it that, I'm just riffing off what T.M.L said, of the uncollective conscious. That is accurate, but it depends on how you define consciousness and the self. If you identify the self with the consciousness, it's not accurate. But if you say that the self is something beyond mere consciousness, then it's more valid. So
Yeah, we
what I
could be
mean
here
by
all
that
day,
is
though.
that the uncollective consciousness is actually something derived from an outside source. This kind of goes back to what I was going to respond to
God?
Austin with, is that when you say, we can't know the dream or it's something that's unexplainable because it's outside ourselves. No, I would say the dreams are not outside yourself, but the forms that we build structures with in our minds, the conscious structures in our mind, these matrices, these geometrical lattices, these shapes formed out of, Nimrod would say, bonds and nodes.
Sure.
We create these structures out of forms that do not belong to us solely,
So,
right?
just a quick-
These forms, they precede us. Like before you were born, I'm just using this example, right? I'm not saying you don't exist before you're born, but before you're born, these forms exist in the world that most people use they use the symbols of the world, the semiotics even of the world, to interpret and fulfill the dreams. Fulfill the dreams, I mean, by
I've learned new
constructing the
information.
dream.
I've learned
hold
new
on,
information
Austin,
in my
wait.
dreams
Hold
I
on.
didn't know.
Yeah.
Hold on, but
I've
you
learned
also
more, like
you're
this
in the
many
womb.
times.
You hear everything in your mama, everything that goes on, and I think that
No,
kind of
nothing like
sticks
what
with
I'm
you
talking
too.
about. I'm talking
Hold on,
about
guys,
like
look.
deep
But
secrets
that's
of
some
the
deep shit.
universe. I'm talking
Oh,
about
well.
like real stuff.
That
like,
comes with it too, probably. I'm not
stuff
going to
nothing
say
my
deny that.
parents stuff nothing my parents would ever talk about.
Yeah. Let's
I'm the
listen. I
black
want to
sheep.
hear about this. Hold on. I want to hear about what Austin said
Right.
and then Whoopi's response to it. But first, hostile hyperbarian. You're still in the air. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll
You're-
land it. I'll try not to go too far, but
Now take
what
your
I'm
time,
saying
bro. You
is
just got
that
here, bro.
that
Take
the
your time.
forms, okay, like when we dream, we're using forms from the world mostly. Most normies, when they dream, they see a tree, they see a dog, they see a car, they see a house, they see another person. Those constructs, those forms come from the uncollective conscious, meaning that they're formulated by something outside of us. We don't necessarily build those structures. Those structures are not dependent on our minds. Like I don't uphold some deep sea creature that hasn't been discovered yet, right? Like tomorrow,
is
we're
there
going
a
to
difference?
discover.
Is there a difference between structure and ideas?
Yeah, if you want to get down to the tax brass, but that's what I kind of mean. That even you could lump ideas even into structure. You can lump physical
Not
forms into the
really.
concept of structure.
Not really. Not really.
You can,
I
though.
don't see how they correlate. I don't see how an idea comes from a structure. I mean,
Me
yeah,
neither.
you can't. No. You can. I can say.
No, I'm going with you.
No,
I agree.
okay. There's two ways of looking at that. I take that back. You can create ideas out of structures,
Okay.
but you can also not have any idea in.
Yeah. Oh no, I want to see that. I want to see. Wait, hold on. I want to see that. But let's for the sake of letting Hostile get his point across, where we can fuck with it in a sense. Like, let's see. Go ahead. Then I can talk shit about it or love it.
Austin, I was saying ideas are structures, right? You can say that they belong to. You can put them in the category of structures. So point being here is that the dream, though, right? If it's a protrusion, quote unquote, or a projection of the self, then it isn't outside of you. If it's outside of you, then you know what I'm saying. You're not going to recollect it. You're not gonna be able to actually piece together what happened. But if you are observing, if you are apprehending, the dream, the experience. I noticed this was called Our Dreams, Even Experiences. It depends on how you define experiences, right? It's all semantic. If you want to say experience in the most general sense, as in something you apprehend with your awareness, then yes, they are experiences. But if you want to say like skill or something, not always do we obtain skill from a dream, right? So it depends on how you define that. Yeah, so I would say that Descartes and Freud were definitely not on point with it, but I would say Jung is closer. He's moving closer, but I definitely understand, depending on how you define it, labeling it as a misstep. I do understand that take.
What do you think of Shang Tzu's statement?
I don't think it's a one-to-one. I don't, because there's obvious differences, right? There are these, you can die, you can have death experiences in a dream, and that's a little bit different from dying in
That's interesting.
the real world.
So there's a little bit of disagreement between me and Hyperborean, which is always interesting. The idea, I mean, do you think mind is a separate reality?
Yes.
Okay. So that's where I would basically disagree, right?
Oh, from the self is what I mean.
That's where it veers off. Yeah, that's where the road kind of swings off.
So you're saying mind and self are synonymous?
Well, I think mind and reality are synonymous, right? Pretty much.
Oh, okay.
So this idea that, because the dualism helps you get to the idea that the dreams have a function outside of just, the real world, right?
Yeah, go further though. I'm resonating. Go further.
Well, I was just talking about this idea of these universal concepts, right? Where would they be contained, right? They would have to be contained in an existence that's apart from the material world, right? Is that what you're alluding to?
Apart from the material world, you could say, yeah, because the material world isn't necessarily the forms, right? That I would just make a distinction between matter. I would make a distinction between just raw matter.
I'll catch you next, Austin.
Forms that matter are made the forms that are made out of matter. The forms are the.
Yeah, but we are matter. We are matter.
Yeah, you can't differentiate the two.
I'm saying no. You
and
can,
the brain is nothing but more of a body part. That's our soul.
Try to see the matter as a substrate, right? I'm saying that not necessarily the substrate.
Try to use Occam's razor. I mean, would it
mind with a capital M is not the same thing as brain. So in
definitely not.
Yeah. So in the in philosophy, mind is a totally different concept, right?
I would say mind is like the device that we use to come up with.
It's a computer type shit. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
where have you guys been my
whole
life?
Kind of in a way, but it's the thing that
where have you been my whole life, T.M.L?
And I like this to say, forgive me, man, I'm just learning.
I've been looking for you for a couple decades now.
So what would the brain be? What would the brain be? The brain would be like the operating system, the hardware, and then the mind is, I'm using that metaphor. The mind is what
No, it's not the brain. The brain would be like the physical expression of the mind. But like once you got rid of the brain, then you still have mind.
Okay.
Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, it's like what Buddha was saying. Like you can't find memories in the brain, right? So
at all.
So that would be one of the hurdles. One of the many hurdles.
Right.
The first hurdle would be defining both of those words, brain and mind.
Yeah, or even dreams.
Mind is like an amalgamation or an assemblance of all the mental faculties and functions that we're familiar with, like rationale, intellect, logic, calculation. These things belong to the mind, but the awareness, the self, I see it as behind the mind, in that once you dispense with the mind, that the self still exists. That awareness precedes the mind. You could say that intuition is pre-mind.
I need better mushrooms.
No. I just think your body is everything.
I don't think you need a mind.
You need every little key, every little thing. Your mind, your hands, your feet, your legs, your muscles. Everything works by boom, boom. Electricity, water, salt water. By the way, and we have dreams, dude. Like and then you die. Like you don't have dreams anymore, right? Like,
yeah, we're aware of all those things. Thank you.
I know, but
and I think I interpreted this from what you sent me earlier that the self is actually part of the spiritual realm. It's not part of the material realm. Right?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You just said that. Okay, good.
Yeah.
But
well,
dude,
not,
I mean, how do you prove anything beyond the physical realm?
Well, dude,
Well, you
if
have
you
to
really
have a
want to get
solid
technical, we can't prove anything. We're just giving our thoughts.
That's not true. That's not true. You have to
No.
take it step by step and progressively work your way through first principles in metaphysics. You have to start with things that are absolutely true.
But how do you know those things?
Okay,
You've
are
only
you
been
talking
taught
about
what you're
like? Are you
told.
talking about like not being in debt to people? Like
Start with Parmenides.
So like Freemasonship.
Start with Parmenides.
No,
We're
no,
gonna get back to
stop,
Freemasonry.
Austin.
You're that guy. You're the
Oh
guy.
my
Okay.
God,
Nah,
Yeah.
nah,
So
I know. Okay,
how about you
okay.
ignore Freemasonry and throw it in the trash?
Exactly.
That's where it goes back to.
No, I
Those are
never
where your
said
principles came from. That's where you learned it.
That's
He's
not where I
not a
learned it at
Freemason.
all.
He's not a Freemason.
That's where you learned. That's where you learned
Right.
common law and natural law.
No, that's when you just shh and listen.
I have no idea.
Yeah,
what you're talking about.
that's when I just talk and I listen at the same time.
Oh,
And I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to listen to you.
You remember the other night when I was like, man, you can have a more productive conversation, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? I'm telling you, read Parmenides, and you're like talking through me about stuff that's superfluous. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, we're just
You
gonna.
brought up Freemasonry. You notice the Freemason didn't bring up Freemasonry, and then the non-Freemason.
Yeah, but I can
brought
see
up
where all your
Freemasonry?
principles derive from.
How
Yeah,
when you're not a
Freemasonry
Freemason
comes from France.
It seems like that's all you know.
But how do you know what how do you know what Freemasonry is when you're not a Mason? And I'm telling you, it's not Freemasonry.
I'll be quiet.
I'm not going to waste my time with this. Anyway, read
He's
Parmenides.
gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Both of you guys, I
read
appreciate you guys.
Parmenides
Go.
and start with something really basic, like first principle, like what is existence, what is being, right? Try to argue yourself out of the idea that nothing doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
Argue yourself out of that.
That nothing doesn't exist. It sounds like Eastern thought in general. A lot of the Eastern traditions
Right,
and stuff.
No, not right. I'm sorry. But no, argue yourself this. How are we here? Why are we here? Why do we have
We've
all
always
these things?
existed, according to
We can go on and on.
You
Yeah,
don't
that's the
We've
first
always
question.
existed.
Yeah, and that's the first statement. From nothing, nothing comes. Why are we here? Right? We came from something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Right?
You saw my notification.
No. I'm
giving
just
you an
saying,
answer.
like,
Yeah.
I believe in a creator, bro. That's all I'm saying. I don't know if it's Jesus or
Exactly.
Yeshua.
Exactly. But whether it's the creator or the universe, it's something. We came from something.
There is something. Right. Thank you. That's all I was trying to say, bro. I must have misunderstood.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me ask. Since we're talking about this, let me ask. I never heard of his creation origin theory, or what do you think? How this got started in general, consciousness and all this hostile. I'm just curious.
Man, you don't want to hear that. I'm going to waste too much time. Let's stay on topic.
I'm pretty sure you can break it down.
A teaser.
Break it down.
I'm gonna clip farm this for when we have another conversation later. Wait, come on, bro. Break it down. Come on, give me some.
No. See, the Avian here and T.M.L here. I'm just not gonna. It's so redundant. I don't want to go.
We've never heard.
Wow.
I don't want to force you, but like I give you the opportunity, bro.
Don't be a bitch. I'm gonna say it. Don't be a bitch. Just
bitch.
fucking give me your opinion.
Hold on. You just say what?
I like Nimrod's view.
If you want, I can drop Avian and Machine, so it's just us.
No. That's not what I mean by that. What I'm saying is they're so used to hearing me talk about the bullshit. It's circular and redundant. Like,
but here's the thing. This is a whole new audience. I've talked to Twilight about this.
You're not talking circular and redundant to me.
Hold on.
I'm hearing the message for my first time, so you're not.
Yeah,
you're
me
not
too.
wasting your time with me.
Me too.
We're interested. I'm interested,
and I'm willing, open-minded, and honest. So here you
Facts.
go.
I am open-minded too. Right.
Well, the first part is willingness, and that's if you have that, then you can learn.
But now, if you don't want to, I respect that fully. But yeah, man,
no, it's not that I don't want to. I just explained why it would probably be annoying to certain people on the panel.
Oh, fuck them.
So yeah, I'll try to keep it. I'll keep it short for you guys.
Even
right?
me.
I'll try my best.
Thank you. Okay,
We're not retarded. We've been doing this for a long time.
Okay, so consciousness is something that comes after awareness. In my paradigm, right? In this worldview, awareness is first. Every individual has an awareness that belongs to itself. There is no creator in this paradigm because you cannot get something from nothing. So there's only two options after that, right? The fork in the road is this. If you can't get something from nothing, you either come from some other will, some other being's will, or you are an individual and you have your own will. That's how we see it. There's a fork in the road. So you either believe that
That's not a new
there's
idea to me at all. Yeah.
You either believe that a creator exists before you and it is uncreated and eternal, and then it makes you out of its own substance, out of its own will, or you also are uncreated and you come from this eternal place, right? So that's your choice to make after this. My choice is that I'm an individual being and I have my own agency and I have my own will.
Well, we all are.
Yeah, that's a belief. You can't spell the word belief without the word lie. Either you know or you believe.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
you have a belief, not a knowing. You have a belief, not a knowing. Your ego's telling you. Your ego's telling you. Your ego's telling you that your belief is a knowing.
Okay, guys. Hey,
you need to respect other people's views.
No. I think he is. But the associate professor, visiting professor, is speaking. So let's listen, gentlemen. Let's go. Keep going.
Let's get it.
I'm not a professor. No, I'm just explaining.
I'm having a fun role play. Okay, can you just humor me?
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Attention, class.
I'm asking a lot of you. I appreciate it.
So the idea is that you have an awareness that comes before what we call consciousness. Consciousness would belong to the spirit body complex.
Those are a lot of words.
You identify.
Let him go, Austin. Come on, brother.
The spirit, once it's enchained in matter, identifies with its body. So it seems like it's this continuous, unseparate entity that's comprised of a bunch of parts. It's like a machine, and the consciousness would belong to this complex. But what I'm saying is that if you strip yourself of the body, if you can separate the spirit from the body and all its mechanisms, all its parts, the machinery that belongs to the material universe or the material cosmos, you're left with pure potential awareness, this pure, unlimited, unrestricted potentiality through awareness. And that doesn't necessarily require a mind because we're not rationalizing things. We're not using logic necessarily. And this isn't an intellectual endeavor. This is more intuitive.
So you had this experience. So I'm guessing you had this experience yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't be saying it so
that's why I'm explaining it to you. Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us your experience?
He said,
I'm going to say this again.
No.
I'm going to drop. I'm going to drop. No, listen.
The experience.
No, we want to hear that. We will hear it, but I mean, if you want to, but
I'm ready for it.
No. Listen, guys. I'm going to use my son on this. This channel is mainly from my son. If he wants to look back, I want to get this in the whole thing until he's done. And so we can listen to it, so my son can listen to it, particularly later when he's older. So this is fucking. I've been waiting on this. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
So for your son, for the record, so your son understands the
fucking
difference
NPC.
between.
You said you're signing your son up for a sports team.
No. I said
I thought you said you're signing him up for something.
His judo expenses. Your donation will go there.
How much is that?
I had $50.
He's gonna pay you now.
You got it.
He's gonna pay you now.
No.
Dude, just shut the fuck up and listen.
You guys don't even understand. You guys have no fucking idea.
No, you're good. Guys, let's just. I appreciate it, but let's do this. This is it because I don't want to just drop everybody just for a second. But we're men. We can do this.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, thank you. Go ahead. Sorry, Hyper. Go ahead. He's probably
Yeah, so no, that's pretty much it. I don't think we need to drone on longer. That is how I see where consciousness comes from. You're actually an awareness. You're a self within a mind-body construction, a mind-body complex that's made up of a bunch of parts that work through this self or this spirit that's pure awareness. It's like the driver behind the chariot.
Yeah.
Can I say something
Yeah.
quickly?
Thank you, Hostel. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, I want to say that.
Thank you,
that
Austin, everybody.
Yeah, very close to Advaita or some Vedanta I've heard, but
Non-duality, as we would say in English, like non-duality. Right?
Yeah, but the difference is that individuality is retained. That's what I see. That's the key difference.
Yeah, and this is dualism. This isn't non-duality. The spirit and matter.
Okay,
If I wasn't clear enough, the spirit is absolutely separate from matter. That's why I'm not identifying it with consciousness or mind or intellect or rationale or affection or love or all these other concepts that belong to the body.
For sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Can you show me? Can you give me somewhere where I can go to look? I know you don't have to show me. Can you describe to me how you know that the spirit is separate from the body?
Yeah, because it precedes temporality. So all the things that you experience in the world are temporal. So if let's go back to the original claim, the first principle. You cannot get something from nothing, i.e., you are eternal. You don't have a beginning or an end. Your true self is outside of time. Your body and all matter.
But we can't. But you have to understand. You have to agree that you and I can't wrap our minds around that.
I'm explaining it to you.
I understand
the
words that you're saying, and I've heard those words 1,000+ times. I've heard those words over and over for years and years
that's
and
not
years.
my problem.
You're not telling me anything new.
Yeah, but okay,
that's not my issue.
What you're telling me to do is define. It's to define my reality and my observation of what I experience.
I'm not telling you
and
to
believe your words. I've heard.
I'm not telling you to believe me, Austin.
Thousands of times. You're not telling me anything new, kid.
But here's the thing: it's not. We're not trying to. I don't think it's a competition. I know it's not a competition for us. So we're just sharing ideas, my friend. That's all we're doing here, man. Like,
just for the record, for your son, when he watches this, if he happens to come across this episode in the future, remember what true ego is, right? Ego is this. What Austin Murphy is expressing, it's this agitation. It's this inability to hear other ideas without getting agitated and furious because of a lack of understanding of somebody else's worldview. You notice that hostile Hyperborean. You notice that hostile Hyperborean.
I've heard over and over my whole life.
You notice that hostile Hyperborean isn't telling Austin who he is.
I know,
right?
Yeah,
that's the difference between
repetitive
ego and
old bullshit I've heard my whole life. There's no evidence of anything.
But like. This is new to me. Some of the stuff does seem like I've heard before, but the way what he's sharing is, I like it. It's intriguing, and we're just gonna. It's like this. Okay, sorry, excuse me. Okay, like Bobby Hemmett, the great Bobby Hemmett, rest in peace. He would say like a lot of times in those consciousness meetings he would have with those folks, like 15, 20 people, even 6 like us. He would say some of the shit that people say, like he's like, I don't understand what they're saying, or I don't even agree with it. But for the sake of this meeting we're having, because nobody really listens to what we have to say on the outside, we're going to listen to what all of us share. Then we can kick it around and, refute it, but let it breathe for a little bit at least. Even if you have heard it, because some of us haven't heard it yet, and that's all. Just
You're right. I just want to say,
you're right. I'm
Gabriel.
wrong. I'm wrong.
It's not even about that. It's not even about that.
I'm not trying. I know. I genuinely, I'm saying I'm wrong.
Dude, stop being a pussy, dude. Stop it.
Hey,
come on.
He's good.
He's good.
He's good.
Wolfie, you're not gonna help it.
Yeah, exactly. I see you. We're all passionate. We're all worked up because this is some real stuff.
No, dude, I love what this guy is saying.
I've known you for like 7 years, bro. Come on, relax.
All right. Now, Avian, I'm sorry to interrupt you. What were you saying?
Yeah,
remember
read some quotes from Nisargadatta on pure awareness. He says, "You are not the body, you are not the mind. You are pure awareness in which the body and mind appear and disappear." And here's another closely related one. "The sense I am is the first to emerge. You are prior to that. You are the witness of even the I am." So I think there are some parallels between Nisargadatta and Advaita and what Hyperborean is saying, but there are some substantial differences too. Like I think Hyperborean is a bit more dualistic, as he says.
Yeah. It resonated with me. I like that idea of like in the background, it's always running, whether you have your conscious mind or not. Because we can say all these things like, oh, mind is everything, but what does it really look like? What does that really look like? And
These ideas
holographic projection.
These ideas that I'm talking about get you closer to envisioning that. They give you an intuitive insight into what that is and what it looks like. These things are not something that you can rationalize.
Would you say you have the ultimate truth?
No, he doesn't. He's
I would
already
say
said
that
it.
No, I'm asking
truth is
him, would you say
absolutely
that you have the
yeah.
ultimate truth? Should I follow you?
Don't know. I wouldn't recommend you follow me just because of what I'm saying.
No, you
should.
You sound like you're offering something that none of us have ever heard. So I would like to hear what.
Well,
what
no,
that
I've
is.
actually told you that I
What's
didn't want to
get
talk
me
about
closer?
this
You
because
said what you're saying is going to get us closer, which means
Austin,
that
calm
you're
down.
closer to the truth.
Yeah, I
You're
mean, here's the
closer
thing.
to the truth.
Like I've studied
Oh
a
my
lot of
God.
things. Like I've looked at a lot of different angles, and I've never seen, the views that Hyperborean is putting forward. Pretty much, I still have to sit there, study, look at a few different
That's
angles.
why I'm
Even even his views on on the pre-Socratics. I was learning new angles of things. So I greatly appreciate our conversations and stuff.
Yeah.
And I was
likewise.
I respect
And
that.
I would say the same thing, bro. Like I'm
respect
learning
that.
new things. I'm not here to fight with you guys. I love listening to shit. I get a little passionate, but I'm not mad at anybody, dude. You know what I mean?
So do I. I get passionate too, especially when.
Well,
see,
I
I don't
know.
even want to get into it because I'm just going to go down a whole fucking rabbit hole.
But
you don't have to
I would
do
say
that,
this.
man.
No, here, Austin, get back over here for a second, please. I would say,
Okay, I'm not here to take over your show and make it all about me and complain about
you
my
could never do that.
problems.
No, to be honest, you could never do that because this is my show right now. But with that said,
I know.
No, but listen. With that said, I enjoy there's a reason why you're here to give that pushback you're giving, and I value it. Just like every single person here we're adding like Voltron. I wish I could form these guys into Voltron, these circles. We all have, and what you're doing is good. However, sometimes, and you can go down the rabbit hole, but just make it in everyone, not just you, but just make it in concise segments so we can all get a turn.
I know my part. I know how I come off as a crazy person, and I know how to pull myself back. Sometimes I don't.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't. But I know my part that I'm playing, dude. I'm not retarded. I know. I've been around here.
Nobody said you were.
A lot of years.
I know. I didn't say that. And here's the thing. Like, I think that like having these little internal skirmishes and stuff, it makes these highfalutin, higher level ideas. It makes them real in a sense, right? Because it's like, I have all these theories. What else? There's theory, but there's also practice as well. And with that said, let's not like make each other like too bloody sometimes in the practice. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
I feel you, bro.
Hold on, Austin.
I read some Gnostic texts that probably many people haven't read, like the Colon Mani Codex. I read that a long time ago. And I feel like Nimrod's views, Nimrod D. Rosero, they're a lot more sophisticated. So if someone is more interested in Gnosticism, I do think reading Nimrod D. Rosero is very good. Though.
Nimrod D. Rosero. Okay.
Yeah,
when you said Nimrod, I thought you were talking about the Nimrod, December 25th. But that
Gabriel,
this is someone.
My bad. No, I just want to ask one question. No, I just want to ask one question to everybody on the panel. Like, so you say nothing comes out of something doesn't come out of nothing, and nothing comes out of I get that. But everything's here, and everything's here to feed us. everything that we need to heal us, everything that needs our kids to be well. We have animals. We have everything. Everything is given to us. So where do you think that comes from? And as the dream part is, it's experience why I have dreams, because I dream about people that I see even online that I talk to. I have dreams about women that I used to date. I have dreams about banging bitches that I used to bang. Not anymore, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I'm just being real. Like, so
Can I have a first response to that?
No, it's just amazing.
Yeah, you can have the first one.
We have everything.
When he's done, yeah, for sure.
We have everything here for us. That's right here, right now, to feed, live, drink, ride, dirt bikes, wang wang, cars, whatever that is. You know what I'm saying?
That's
we have it all. We have it all.
Chinese?
No, because a two-stroke or a four-stroke.
I got you.
You know,
you know more than me.
Everything that we need is here, bro. I think that is perfect enough, and you people still don't believe in a creator, or you think it's all by accident.
Yeah,
It's a big
maybe
bang.
not. Does it matter though?
No, but everything. But I want to say this: nothing came out of something. It was from sound. So.
Okay. Austin Murphy, you said you wanted to respond on some stuff.
Yeah. So, I believe that there is a creator. I know I said the word believe. I have a strong feeling that there's a creator, and that doesn't mean that creator could have put a DVD inside of a DVD player and played the movie, and we're just characters in the movie, and we're completely powerless while we're given the illusion that we have power. So we have the illusion that we're some sort of character that has free will, while at the end of the day, we're just a fucking DVD player and a cassette tape. That's why we get deja vu and Mandela effect and all the other things that we can't explain. So
that kind of I like that. That's I heard nothing. That's pretty original, but that's something. The only thing I can point at is like Bro Sanchez has a DVD metaphor he uses as well on the consciousness level and how we're spinning around and whatnot. Yeah, but
that was my simple answer.
But are we spinning? I only see the clouds moving. I see the stars every night, no matter where I go in my backyard.
I'm standing still.
No matter where I go, I see those damn stars, dude. Every single night.
All I could do is talk about my experience right now. I'm standing still.
No, not you, brother. I'm just saying out in general.
I understand the whole. It's such a big place.
And
you
clouds.
Can't feel it, dude. Let's not.
It's
go
funny.
there. Come on.
It's funny when we talk about because we were talking about dreams, but when we specifically talk about origin stories of and consciousness, man, that just people get passionate, and that's great. And because that's the one thing. Part of me wants to say likes to keep things simple, like a dualistic way. I was thinking in the sense that like there's always a war between this or that, but what if it is the war is to distract us? This no matter what the distraction is from the simple fact of
yes,
and then you fill in the blank. And then
it's called Animal Farm, George Orwell.
Yep.
Well, that's a good one. Yeah,
that is a good one. Yeah.
So
what made you want to be a teacher? Sorry, NPC or Gabriel. What made you want to be a teacher?
Because where I'm at, the location is the best job I can get with the highest pay, to be honest. And then secondly, to help people, help the community.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good feeling that you get from. I mean, I like the best. My greatest experiences don't have anything to do with money. It has to do with helping people.
Yeah,
but my greatest memories
sure.
and shit, bro.
For sure. But money is, at least me with my growing family and dogs was in my family. Like I need the money is a very big thing. I'm just blessed enough that I have a job that I enjoy, somewhat, and I get I help people, right? But this is what I want to do. This though, media full time. This is what I really am passionate about.
What's up?
And this is like what I really like to do though. But thank you for asking.
What do you mean? What do you mean media? Like
Streaming, making video essays, music
Oh, okay.
videos, writing. You know,
Yeah, you could
writing
probably touch more
scripts.
people that way.
Yeah, that's what I love to do.
You could have a bigger
Yeah.
audience. I would presume.
Yeah. Hyperborean to dreams. Why is it important to know these planes? You think? Different
What do you mean
planes.
by plane? What is that?
Because I've referred to him first because he was talking about Avian was talking about the hypnagogic plane of consciousness. That's my words, and then you were
Different
describing
levels.
about different levels and whatnot. Why do you think it's important to know the different levels?
Different lessons in life depending on where you're at.
Right?
We live on a planet, right?
Yeah.
A planet. We don't live on a planet. We live on a planet. Take the
You
letter
live on a
T.
plate.
Take
Right.
Satan's T off of it, and you got a
I got you
plane
hostile.
flat.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah.
So
So you
what's
want to
the
know where we're
importance?
at?
I think the importance is that I mean, it's to me, it appears to be a lesson. It appears to be a teaching. Everything's a teaching thing, and either I can make the same mistake, or I could fucking just battle it and move forward and do something different. That's what That's what it seems to me to be. I don't know.
Okay. Thanks. Hostile. What are your thoughts on that? The plane, the importance of knowing the different planes.
Yeah, so it goes back to this how you how are you oriented as a spirit, right? If you believe that the material cosmos is the end all be all and that there's this Godhead at the top of it that you need to unite with, then knowing the planes is absolutely necessary to transcend, to achieve apotheosis or henosis, or this unification with the one.
What do you have to do to transcend?
Well,
there's so virtue. There's a refinement, like a moral refinement. Most of these mystery traditions teach ways, whether it's the left hand or the right hand path, they teach a moral refinement system. And through purification, it's a bit alchemical. Through a purification process, once you do enough work, right, when you die, you actually transcend and are through grace, through the paraclete, quote unquote, you are given an opportunity to embody one of these subtler bodies in one of these higher planes of existence. In the Christian cosmology, so there are like the 9 choirs of the Christian hierarchy: the angels, the archangels, the archangeloi, the thrones, powers, dominions, virtues, the cherubim, seraphim, ophanim. All these different distinctions represent beings or races within these planes of existence. The way you can look at the separation between these planes is sort of like the separation between elements in the earthly world. In Malkut, on the Kabbalistic tree, there are 4 elements, but 3 states, right, that we're familiar with. You have the solid, the liquid, and the gas. There's this point where the solid, once it becomes, if you heat it up enough, it will become a liquid. It's kind of like trying to spot where a color changes. It's almost impossible to find this perfect point between this transition.
Sweet spot.
The sweet spot, right? This is kind of how it works when you transcend the great chain of being, or the hierarchy, the cosmological hierarchy. You'll get to. And what's weird is all these mystery traditions, even though they're Kabbalistic, they don't ever come up with arguments that disagree. Well, a few of them, right? Few exclusions, but most of them, like 95% of them, almost to 99%, I would say, agree with the ordering of the planes, right? They'll say that the moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and then the fixed stars. And then beyond that, you have these, I don't know if you're familiar with the Kabbalistic tree, but there's these further states, right?
Where's Mars at?
Mars would be number 5 on the Kabbalistic tree, so it's beyond the sun. In the Kabbalistic, in the medieval cosmology, if you look at these concentric circles, you'll notice it goes: Moon is the first level, Mercury, Venus, Sun, then Mars. After the sun. So each one of these they separate, and they try to explain the separation point too, and it's like You could kind of compare it to the hypnagogic
Wolfie.
or the.
Hey,
Hold
Wolfie.
on,
You
hold
know,
on. Hey, excuse me. Also, he's still flying. Yeah.
Oh no. I'm done. It's basically my point is that learning it will get you to the Godhead, right? It will give you a higher ranking in serving the Godhead in this great hierarchy. But at the end of the day, if you follow the paradigm of, Hyperborean wisdom, none of that matters. It's all a deception. It will actually enslave you and merge you with the one. You lose yourself, your sense of self and identity.
yeah.
So it's pretty much like the Bible.
You're
just
completely on point.
simpler.
You are completely on point. I don't disagree with anything you just said.
I don't either. For the
I
most
wanted
part,
to ask Wolfie a question because he said
go ahead.
something. He's well, I forget what it is now. He spurted something out when you were talking.
Back to let's check in with Machine Lies and Avian Buddha.
Yeah,
let's go.
Let's go. Dreams and it's like dreams.
I got a question for T.M.L.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. So in the bottom, in the
said,
title, it says the nature of unconscious. We were kind of getting almost there with the Descartes, Freud, Jung thing. Do you have a definition for the unconscious, or like in your model? Can you explain how you see it or view it? I'm interested.
I mean, I don't believe in like the whole tripartite soul thing. Like, for sure.
Can you explain that for the people that just came in?
Yeah, what you just said, Machine, the tripartite soul.
Yeah, I think unconscious, subconscious, and all that is just a reflection of the tripartite soul, which is like like there's three parts to the soul, right? Which is usually seen as like desire and passion and reason, right? So for Plato, it's like eros, thumos, and logos, right? So yeah.
Which
like
one?
the chakras.
Which one would be analogous to the unconscious in the Platonic model?
I think most likely it would. Most likely it would be desires, right? Because it's like
okay.
Hey Zephyr, just chill out for a second. Appreciate you, but yeah, we don't want people to leave in the chat. Thanks. Love you though. Yeah.
Would you go as far to say that the unconscious is not even a thing? Like that's probably like a.
That's kind of what I think. Yeah.
I like that take.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So nature of the unconscious. I mean, if there's a one-to-one, a relationship between the dream and reality, then there is no unconscious, right?
What if it's a 0 to 1?
0 what?
I definitely.
What if there's a 0 to 1?
Yeah,
one being the sleeping state, 0 being the awoken state, and you get your thoughts through the sleep state without even realizing it.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't think of it as a ground of being or those unseen potentialities. Right? I think that's dangerous to think of the unconscious that way, because then you're going into this virtual, like you're going into like the virtual
reality is objective, right?
Can you let him finish?
Yeah.
How would you rebuttal my earlier claim with your view? And this is in no way an argument. I'm earnestly interested in the rebuttal because I don't want to be in an echo chamber, right? So when I look at the unconscious, no,
he's asking T.M.L.
No, okay.
When I look at the unconscious as that unseen potentiality, right? Not the ground of being, but all the ideas that belong to the one or the demiurge, this thing that's actually projecting all the forms, the things that aren't dependent on my mind and my consciousness.
Well, that's one thing I don't agree with, is that mind is separate from reality, and that there's forms that exist.
Okay, so forms don't exist in your model, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, and then so to get more familiar with your point of view, I have to get the definition of reality, because I'm not claiming that all of reality is true existence. I would say that in my dualistic framework, matter is real, but the self finds no existence in matter, right? Like earlier in my message to you about the vril, there is no
Yeah, I
existence
agree with
for
that
the
one.
self
Yeah, I
outside of
agree
the
with that
vril.
one. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree with
so
all of that. I agree that that the self is part of the spirit and not part of the material world. All right.
so when you say reality, you're like equivalating that with existence.
Well, I think there's two things. I think there's spirit and mind, and I think the spirit is just action, right? And then the mind is the multiplicity that exists, right? But
Like the substrate, or like or if it's insubstantial, like the ground, mind is the ground or whatever.
No, it's kind of like what you're doing right now. The
yeah,
mind and the soul.
it's a
You're
multiplicity
talking.
of things that exist that basically define, what we think of as physical existence. So it defines the construct and the illusion, and so on and so
Is
forth.
it sort of pluralistic?
Oh yeah. But that's the elusive part, right? Because because in and of itself, the multiplicity of mind is not comparable to what's going on in spirit. Spirit is the actual thing that's going on, right?
Weird.
Like
need
action.
Dude,
Activity, like activity leads to thoughts, right? Thoughts are the secondary thing that basically, is filtered through the multiplicity of minds. But the multiplicity of minds doesn't have any real existence on its own.
Whoa. Okay, and in this way, it's one, right? That true is that how
Right.
you see the one, or the
Yeah, the
unity,
one-
however you want to define that?
The one is just numerically what has to exist for there to be anything, because it's just that, like, whatever is going on is unique. That means one, right?
Yeah. Okay, I guess the last part for me, because I don't want to. I appreciate this a lot, and I'm gonna
Yeah, it's
think
not
more
one
on
in
it.
terms of space, right? But it's one in it's not one in terms of like reality is like one space, but it's one in terms of whatever acted.
perception.
Yeah, like activity is all related to other forms of activity. So it's like, if I move right now, right, like like if a butterfly flaps its wings, it could cause a hurricane, right? So
Yeah.
My last point on that, just so I can clarify, is are you saying that spirit belongs to mind, and that the spirit is like the mind?
I think it
acting?
precedes it.
Oh, okay, precedes it. So it's the other way around. Is
Yeah.
spirit the oneness, and then the minds is where it turns into the many?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I think I
There's
get
gotta
a better.
be-
I'm more clear on this.
Yeah, there's got to be a multiplicity of minds, but there's not stuff, right? There's no stuff. Like if you look at stuff, it's all just like, like there's no.
It's the same. It's just repetitions of the same thing. Like there's only so many characters here in this place. Not here, but
Well, I can think of,
everything's a break off. Everything's a fucking. There's only a
stuff
certain
is like
number
a
of personalities,
calcification
and everything
of
else
thought,
is just a break
right?
off of that.
Like stuff is basically an extrusion, a calcification of what thoughts are, right? Of what mind is. Right?
Solidified spirit, or
solidified mind
for the time. Solidified
for the time,
mind.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's like blowing a bubble or something. Like the spirit would be the
Yeah.
breath, and then like it embodies this bubble, this substrate that once it pops, it's no longer there.
Yeah.
I'm using a bubble blower as like an analogy. I'm trying to picture something.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? I would my mind and my soul tells me I'm going to punch you in the face. That's what happens.
Yeah.
Right? Like pretty much, right? To be so simple about it, right? My mind tells me I want to punch you in the face.
Yeah, but
Not that I want to
agree.
punch
Yeah, but I
in the
agree
face,
that the
but-
self precedes, like whatever this mind construct is, that it's basically part of this spirit, You know, that there was never a time when you didn't exist, so on and so forth. And I agree with all that.
So are me and
I
you
don't. I
different
can't
in your
see
model?
that. Dude, I've been trying for so long to see what you just said, and I've heard it so many times, and I can't see it.
There ain't no fucking way
How
you've
does
heard
the
that
self
so many
perceive?
times.
Yeah, there's a lady. Yeah, there's a lady who comes on
No,
panels
I'm
named
being
Marilyn.
fucking genuine, motherfuckers.
Yeah, there's a lady who
No,
comes on
let's
panels
not.
named Marilyn, and
laugh
she
at it.
understands it. She
Yeah,
understands,
I got you.
you know what I'm
Well, what
saying, 'cause
about
she
the
basically.
feelings?
I
What
just
about
don't.
your
I don't know how
feelings?
to separate. I don't know how to separate a spirit from a body. To me, it's all one experience.
You mean it's enmeshed together, right? If you take apart
That's
one,
how I observe it.
you'll destroy it. It won't be the same. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you have to do more mushrooms. I don't know.
Yeah,
So
I have a question
another.
for people
sorry.
here. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Avian,
Nope, go ahead,
and then hostile.
Yeah, if you were to dream up a new world, what kind of world would you like the most? Like in terms of like the way
A world
constructed
without
or
it would be a world without jealousy. A world without
Suffering.
redemption, suffering. Yeah, that's one. But
Suffering's big.
the first
You take away a whole religion
ones
then.
to come to mind.
You know,
I don't know.
you know what I would say. You know what I'd
But-
say. I like it the way it is. It's the
Okay.
way it made me. It's the way
That's the
the
easiest
world
way.
made me,
You're just
bro.
willing to accept
It is
reality
what
for
it
what
is.
it is. If reality was a different way, if it was 10% better than it is right now, you would say
You're
the same
roboting.
words and you would accept it the same way. So you only know what you know. That's it. Period.
Okay.
No, bro, I know both sides, so I know the
If
bad
this
side and the
world
good
was
side.
10% better, you would say the same words that you just said because you don't know any better.
No, because I know I'm
That's
more
logic.
realistic.
That's logic.
It's never gonna happen. You don't grow up where I grew up. You don't go to the places I
I'm
go
not
to.
even talking about
It's
that.
just
I just went way over your head.
You know
Hold
what
on,
it
hey,
is,
Austin,
Gabriel?
you're roboting. You're roboting. Yeah,
Bro. Dude, everything everything is everybody's robbing each other, freaking drugs. Everywhere you go, dude, it's the same old shit, bro. Nothing's gonna change.
So you would keep it the
I hate
same. You're
this.
saying?
No,
nothing will
I'm just
change.
no, because I change, but nothing around me changes. That's the problem. It's what
Okay,
I'm
but
trying
you
to say.
said, but I'm saying like Avian Buddha
Maybe
said if you could have your own, if you start your own world, what would you do? What would you get rid of? You said basically nothing.
if I
You keep
could-
it the same. You're saying you get to keep it the same, right?
Oh, if I could change this world, well, that's kind of bullshit.
No, he said if you could. I'm sorry. Say it again, Avian, so we're clear. Your
you
question.
can dream of a new world, your own dream world or something. Like how would it be? Like how would you construct it or something?
Okay, first we'll go around this way because actually this is a good question for the end. And it's funny because it's like the question I was similar to the one I was going to ask. Too. Very good work, Avian.
All right, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone.
No, you can have a chance, but go ahead, Hyper. You first, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it would be sort of like the origin. I would. The only rule would be you can't impose on other people's freedom, and that would eliminate evil. Essentially, yeah, it would eliminate evil and suffering.
So he has a working way how to do it. He said evil sounds like what he would get rid of, but he's even telling us a situation, the logistics of how to do it, more or less. That's good.
Yeah, it just takes one rule: you can't impose on other people's freedom. That's it. But the problem with the world is that we can do that. So we have all this.
Yeah. That's all you guys started doing. Yeah, very good. Wolfie, and then Austin after Wolfie. Wolfie?
No,
Mr. Wolfie?
I mean, I would agree. Like, if we had rights, don't just buy them and do what you got to do. I wish people could be that way, but unfortunately, that's not the reality. But yeah, I wish everybody could be cancer free and everybody's gonna be all right. But the point is, we're not meant to be here very long. We're gonna go. Every day is numbered. So, but that's just my opinion. I look at it realistically. But yeah, I mean, I wish everything could be okay. You know what I mean?
All right, cool. So, and then Austin Murphy, what would you? One more time, Avian, can you ask Austin the question?
Yeah, it was basically if you could dream another world, its own parameters or construct it any way you want, what would it be? And stuff.
It would be sorry, my audio is fucked up. You guys can probably hear me.
We can
but
hear
it
you.
would be
You're fine.
it would be a massive 8-some with like 7 hot women, blonde, nice butts, big boobs.
Okay. Yeah.
If that was, did I hear the question correctly?
Yeah, like how would
You
your
said if
what
you
would
could
your,
have
if you
any
could dream in the
dream,
world?
what would it? Yeah. A massive organism with a bunch of hot women.
An organism or orgasm or orgy
No,
or all three?
organism.
Okay, organism. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
What?
That's a.
What is that?
You got to understand my
I don't-
comedy. One day, you guys will get it.
Okay. We're
I'm
gonna
not
come back
retarded.
to
I'm
that
too
one.
smart. That's my problem.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Avian, how about you? What do you?
I've never heard a smart person say there is so smart as much as he does. It's so crazy.
Until now. Now you have.
Yeah, I think he's gone to realize his dream now.
Yeah. Avian, can you answer your own question?
Yeah,
Ooh,
yeah. Something like a medieval fantasy world where there are dragons and there is magic and fire and there are big castles and you can go like dungeon crawling and stuff like that,
and dildos.
That sounds cool.
Different beings too. There are
Dildos, he said.
It's just like fantasy stuff. I mean, I would love a fantasy world. Like imagine different, I don't know, species. Like I don't know, like dragon folk or elves and stuff like that. But it's just stuff like that. I love that stuff. I would have preferred being that kind of.
I like what you said. You're very setting oriented. The setting
like
of the story
guy.
of the world building. Yeah, I like him too. You know what I mean? That's real world building right there. You're not just saying like how you would want it for yourself. You as the character in the in the world. But I'll bring you up one sec. But like the setting's important, and I'm kind of similar in that. Like I'll answer, then I'll ask the machine, then we can get out of here. But I would say kind of like what Wolfie said. I'll call it minimalism to sound cool, but I guess I'm kind of lazy too. I'll keep it the way the world is. With one tweak, that everyone in the dream and every sentient being, not just people, but animals and trees and everything else, can communicate with each other. That'd be kind of interesting. I think that's what I would do. Yeah. I think that would be interesting. You know what I mean? Because who knows? We can almost do that now if you can learn a whole bunch of languages but all sentient beings.
There's actually a game about that. It's called Terranigma. It's for Super Nintendo. You should patch it with 60 hertz, but it's actually about what you just said.
Yeah.
And Soul Blazer also for Super Nintendo. Soul Blazer.
I need all these notes, Avi. I'm gonna have to DM you about that. Like,
No, Gabriel, though, imagine though all the trees if they could talk, all the shit they see. And they're just standing there. It's like if walls can talk in a house. It's kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? That would be crazy.
Right. It's the Disney, on mushroom. When everything's like Snow White or whatever. When everything's animated, animism, basically. Yeah. But yeah, the house even. There's like a cartoon called Dr. Snuggles I used to watch. It's a Dutch cartoon where the housey, how creative his name was Housey. He was alive. Yeah. Everything was alive, right? I love that dog, puppy. That's Ruger, right?
Yeah,
the great Ruger.
He's a German Shepherd.
Cool.
He's like he might be part wolf, honestly.
Yeah.
He's
the machine. He's super cool. The machine lies.
T.M.L.
Let's see what you have to say. Even you ask one more time, my friend. Your great question.
If you could dream a world, how would you construct it? What would the setting be like? How would you parameterize it?
Yeah, it would be more like it'd be like Legend of Zelda and like a William Gibson novel mixed together, where there'd be like sort of gothic futurism, so to speak.
Let's go.
Where it's more heroic and there's more like monsters and magic and mixed in with the technology and so on and so forth.
We'll go fishing.
Yeah,
like Final Fantasy. Would
Yeah, like
Final
Why would you
Fantasy
want
be
to
close?
mix with technology?
Yeah, I want
But-
more adventure and stuff. Like more heroic tasks to perform and so on and so forth. Like huge,
more
like
initiations. Yeah.
Like,
treasures and
have you
shit.
ever played Final Fantasy X?
I have.
Yeah, I
PlayStation
have some
2?
imagery from that.
I
Yeah.
beat it, yeah.
Yeah, the
I
game
beat
is a
it.
banger.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Does it have like cyberpunk elements to it?
Yeah.
In a way, yeah.
Fantasy
Okay.
technology.
Okay.
T.M.L.
Gibson, that's my
Sin
favorite
and
person.
let me just mention this, but Sin and Final Fantasy X is kind of like boomers and how they are extracting a lot of wealth from the people. Because Sin and that
Yeah.
is like a dream where the Fae, I forgot what they call the fairies, they're like dreaming a different world. Okay, actually Sin is connected to dreams in Final Fantasy
Yeah,
X.
yeah,
In your
it
card,
is. Yeah.
and Sin is like this parasitizing spira to sustain that dream. And so when you go into that big well, which is called Sin, you actually go and you destroy that false dream that is parasitizing and plundering the world.
Yeah,
so
that boss
Final
fight at the
Fantasy
very
X,
end was trash.
yes.
I just want to say this.
Way to bring it back,
TML.
man.
TML.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Zelda game? It's got to be freaking Nintendo 64, right, dude? You go fishing, dude. Oh, dude, that game's the shit.
Ocarina
Yeah.
of Time was a banger.
Yeah, dude.
T.M.L. mentioned this on the Quasi. We're gonna have a quintessential T.M.L. interview. T.M.L. me and you. But well, no, our first meeting on over here when you came, you talked about growing up and how Zelda played a big part of your life. I remember, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Me too.
Which one was it?
Link to the Past.
Which one was it? Machine, the one you said you used to play a lot in high
All
school.
of
I think
them,
it was.
really. The Game Boy ones and also the Nintendo ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Something about being a child in the 90s and playing the Nintendo 64 games, they were highly initiatic. The sense of nostalgia I get from reflecting on Nintendo 64 games is unlike any other form
Everyone
of
loves
nostalgia
it.
I have.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like listen to music where it hurts.
Yeah, he has it right there.
Look at
the
it.
music
The
too. Yeah.
legend.
You said the word that came up, Euripides forms. I think I'm thinking of polygons and all that stuff, and like I think of Nintendo 64 and also the systems right before, Star Fox, James Bond.
Yeah.
These type of games, man. Like,
bro, Mission Impossible was a banger too.
Yeah.
Oh,
They shaped us. Okay, we'll do
Dude,
that
he
next
just
time.
showed
We're
it.
gonna do
He
a
just
video
showed
game
the game.
stream. Yeah, show us the game, Machine.
Oh
Dude,
yeah,
that's
Flash.
fire.
Flash.
That's it right there.
Bro,
Yeah.
the music in Zelda is superior. It's like
Yeah.
A tier, S tier.
Yeah.
It's next level.
Yes, he said S tier, huh? All right.
Oh yeah.
I actually
Fuck it.
I heard good
We're gonna
things
have to
about
do
the manga for Twilight Princess. I haven't read it yet, but I heard many good things about the manga for Twilight
No
Princess.
chaser
Twilight
for
Princess.
Twilight Princess. Okay.
Yeah, the manga.
What's up? No chaser. Yeah. So there's a manga of it.
Yeah,
Of a Zelda game.
Yeah, that one is highly
Insane.
rated. Yeah.
Okay.
The Twilight Princess manga. I actually didn't like Twilight Princess as much as Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, but it was okay. It was alright. But I did like Ocarina of Time a lot.
Avian, we're gonna have to do a deep dive on the Taiwanese puppet TV shows.
Yeah, I actually haven't seen Pili much. I watched all of Thunderbolt Fantasy, but Pili is not much of it is subbed. I couldn't find much of it subbed.
Yeah. Have you guys seen that stuff before?
I have
Those Taiwanese puppet shows. It's
No.
ridiculous. It's total fanboy stuff. It's really big. Actually, my cousin loves this stuff, and Avian brought me into onto it. Funny enough, when Avian talked to me about it, the next couple of weeks, McDonald's here, they did a whole ad campaign with this, because just like how Nintendo 64 for us American boys is a big cultural thing, coming right of passage. These Taiwanese puppet shows are too, and I thought it was cool how Avian had brought it up. Avian had brought it up. Let me just show you a little glimpse of it. It's pretty cool. Let me bring it up real quick. Here we go. This shit is fucking sick. It's kind of like what do they call that? Uncanny Valley type weird shit. Kinda.
Yeah, Uncanny Valley. Yeah.
Here we go. Let's see. We got the sound. Freaking dope. What's up?
You stopped.
Rocky's.
Stopped them. Never mind. Go ahead.
Rocky, you just came in right about to leave. How are you doing? Do you real quick before we leave? Not to rush you, sir, but do you have any reoccurring dreams that you remember? That in terms of what you remember. Go ahead.
I used to have reoccurring dreams when I was a child. Like growing up as a child, most every child I knew had that dream of jumping off the roof and flying. And again, we were all watching Peter Pan and shit, and so that was getting into our conscious like shit.
Yeah.
But what I dream about now is mostly if I have a problem, like a mechanical problem on my truck or something. And I don't know if you call it dreaming, but I think about it and I dream, and then when the next day I like fucking know how to fix the shit. You know what I mean?
Damn.
That's pretty
That
good.
is that's high powered, bro.
Yo,
Yeah,
Gabriel,
well,
I didn't
like daydreaming. It's more like daydreaming. You have a problem and you're looking for
What
a
up, Lex?
solution. So you just kind of let your brain think, you know.
Oh, you said reoccurring dreams. I didn't know it was reoccurring. You know what I used to do? Well, I can't in my dreams.
Thank you, Rocky.
What I dreamed about was always falling and never hitting the bottom. That's the craziest dream that I kept repeating.
When you did that though, did you wake up like, you know what I mean? Like you feel like you did?
Yeah,
like,
dude.
like you took the winds out of you. Took the wind out of you.
Oh yes, I'm sweating, dude. Almost crying. I'm looking around, like grabbing my old lady. You know what I mean? Yeah, dude. I've had that so many times. Yeah, not lately, but
I usually, when I'm falling, I usually wake up before I hit the bottom.
Yeah, me too, bro. You know what they say? You hit the bottom, you die, right? Supposedly.
Bro,
unless you're Neo, he didn't die.
When I was young, I had two reoccurring dreams that were the most prevalent. The one was dying. I would die in my dreams a lot, like hundreds of times.
I've never heard that before. That's crazy.
And I would wake up, and when I was young, I would wake up, and I'd like, I'd be like paralyzed in my bed, and I would end up, calling my mom into my room. This is like 5, 6 years old, and like explaining to her my dream and stuff, and she'd try to calm me down. The other one was my teeth crumbling in my mouth. This would happen a lot, like hundreds of times. It would sometimes it'd feel like I have gum in my mouth, and like I would over salivate or something. Like I couldn't. I would have these dreams where I have gum in my mouth and I'm trying to pull it out, and I can't. It just is like never ending gum.
Interesting.
And that I can't get out of my teeth.
It's frustrating, right? Frustrating, yeah. That teeth one, bro, and that feeling is what it's important to hold on to that and try to figure that out or get rid of it. The teeth. No, wait, hold on. I've read about teeth one, and if you're a kid, maybe you witnessed this or whatever. I don't know, but like usually teeth falling out has to something to do with like infidelity or family, right? And so that's something that's there because I've had those teeth dreams too, but as a kid. But one thing I've had a recurring dream which I hated and felt me feel helpless is I'm playing basketball because that's what I did in real life, and I can't see. It's like the biggest game, and I can't see. I can hear everyone. It's not like a dark. It's not like a dark. It's not like a dark black void, but it's like a super hazy. Everything's hazy, and it was like bright. Yeah, exactly. It was just so frustrating because it was a big game, and everyone was there to watch and stuff. And then I'll just say this. And then I saw Rocky. I was going to comment on this, Rocky, earlier. You said, I don't know if you were joking or not, but you said about you have a recurring dream about re-enlisting in the Marine Corps. And that reminded me of some of those dreams that we've had where going back to school not prepared or something.
Yeah.
That type of shit, right?
I did have that dream of re-enlisting. It was more like a
What's up, Kev?
But during the day, it didn't really bother me, but I would get like a nightmare that I'd rejoined and I'd have to take orders again and fuck that shit. I didn't like taking orders in the first place.
I was surprised.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
That's a
I
compliment.
had a
But yeah.
dream that
Guess
Super
what?
Mario initiated
Guess
me
what?
into
The dreams
Freemasonry.
went away. The dreams went away,
Yeah, it's
and then
really
I became a contractor and actually worked for the fucking military again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you did.
So I
Yeah.
must have
Yeah.
overcame that fear or something. I
Yeah.
wasn't really
He
in
did.
the Marine Corps because I could
Yeah.
always
Avian.
quit. You know, I could always quit as a contractor.
Yeah.
Avian, what did you say?
Yeah,
I
Avian,
once
you were
had
saying
a
something?
dream that
No.
Super Mario initiated me into Freemasonry. I'm not
No way, come on, no, this sounds like, come on.
Who's the best
He got a
dreamer alive?
motherfucking
That's a good
mushroom.
one. That's a good one. That's a good
He
one.
got a mushroom. He got a mushroom,
I
dude.
gotta give him.
Bang, bang, bang.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
That is so money, dude.
Avian.
That's,
I love that one. Huh? Fucking Avian, bro. Come on, bro. You making that shit up?
No, I'm not
Come
making
on,
it
bro.
up. I'm serious. I'm
What
not
did
100%
Avian
serious.
say that he had a nightmare about re-enlisting in Freemasonry or something?
no, I'm stealing that, bro.
No. He said that he was initiated. He was Mario being initiated as a Mason, I think, right?
That was
And he got
That's
the mushroom. That's what I
He got
Hold
the
on, let
mushroom.
him explain it. Let him explain
say
it.
it exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, I'll read what happened in the dream. You know the checkerboard floor in Super Mario
Yeah.
64, and
Mhm.
I kept picturing that checkerboard floor. And it's kind of like, and then as I fell asleep, Mario appeared before me. He was clad in Masonic regalia. He had white gloves, a dark apron adorned with cryptic sigils, and a calm, knowing expression that felt ordered in the game itself. Together we rose, looking up the sun. Remember in the Super Mario 64, in that room, the black and white
Yes.
checkerboard floor, you look up and there's a sun, and you like
That's
fly.
all masonry.
Yeah, it's all masonry. That game is like Masonic propaganda.
And he's wearing an apron.
Yeah, he is very avid. Like, it was crazy. Yeah, that dream, and
That's dope.
it was real. That Super Mario 64 is full of Masonic stuff. Like,
No, it is. That's how. Thank you, dude. That's how I was just gonna say. He's not lying. The dream, he's telling the truth. But the game really is full of masonry.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually shut it down. I saw Kevin in there, bro, because this is what actually. He said he had to do something, so he was gonna try to come by because this show was actually gonna be not only with the Great Machine Lives at the beginning, but also the Great Marathon Kev, the Legend Marathon Kev. So most likely, then I'll confirm it with him and Machine, but we're gonna do this again on Friday. Hopefully, this Friday, Machine, if you're free, or are you streaming on Friday, or?
Yeah, I think I'll be good to go. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll ask Marathon Cable. I think he's saying he was free, but either way, we're going to open up the panel too at some point. Yeah, I saw Austin Murphy. You came back. Hey, what's up?
No, I was gonna say, are you guys done with the dream thing? Are you guys gonna?
Yeah.
Go.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I think it's a really good. Like that's what made me come on. Like, dude, I be dreaming all the time. So I thought it was awesome.
Good question. No, this is volume 1. This is volume 1, so we're gonna have volume 2 for sure. What do you think, Machine? We can still go deeper on this, right? Hyperbole.
Yeah.
For sure. Avian, yeah. Wolfie, let's do this. Rocky, this time Rocky can get in there. Hopefully, he can come in a little earlier. Yeah, we do that. Marathon Kev, you down? Awesome. It's all good. Yeah, you already said you got to do something. No, that's great. I'm glad. That's a good thing, Kev. That's a good thing. And because me and Machine we're talking, we're like, yeah, man, let's just do it anyway on Monday, and I think Friday will be volume 2. Okay.
You give me a date and a time, I'll be there.
I just want to say one more dream. It just came to me. Once when I was younger, I beat Super Mario 64, and I had a dream. I went out of my body, and I was on this slide, okay? And I was like going down the slide like Super Mario 64. Then I saw my etheric body pop out of the dream, and then it went back to my body that was sleeping. So it was crazy. That was when I was like 6 years old. I
can't tell if he's being a smart ass or being for real. I don't know.
I believe that story more than the Mario one. The Mario was too base.
I'm not lying.
Yeah,
about
Mario
I'm telling you the truth.
I believe you, Avian. I believe you, bro. Until proven otherwise. So, so Wolfie, April 10th. This guy's everyone. April 10th. Which is this Friday for you guys, in America.
I'll be there.
I believe, right? Yeah, and then it will be at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah. So no, this has been
9 o'clock.
What's up?
Okay.
About to shut it down. What's up? What's up, Mister?
Just wondering
Mr. Rocky.
if your mama ever told you sweet dreams before you went to bed.
Oh my God. I
Oh
can't
yeah,
believe
for
you
sure.
brought up his mom.
Yes.
Sweet dreams. Good night.
Hey, that's a perfect segue for the. So it says I had a dream that I was in a major part. People were there, but their faces were blank. So Marathon Kev was there, but no eyebrows, eyes, nose. Yeah, bro. I was talking about a recurring dream I have. I'm trying to get to this amusement park, to this event. It's called it's called the test dream in Sopranos. The test stream where all your family comes to visit you. This is what it is. Maybe it's a demiurge plot. Maybe it's not. We shall see. But Rocky says, Machine Minds appreciate you for coming. Hostile, Hyperborean, Wolfie, Rocky. I love you too. You know it. Don't ever forget it. Avon Buddha, Austin Murphy, Kevin, Marathon Kevin, everyone in the chat, Zephyr, Markella back in the building, and Annie, and then Shadow Buddha in the building, and then everyone else. And we gotta have sweet dreams, like Rocky says. Peace, guys. Love you. Love you, man.
Much love. Peace.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night now. Okay, and of course I don't have the song ready. Shit. Okay, hold on.
You son of a bitch.
I thought I downloaded it.
Shout out to Gabriel, man, and his 3 dogs and his beautiful wife and his beautiful baby fucking boy. It's his birthday the other day. He's chilling. We doing this. He's doing jiu-jitsu, all kinds of stuff. We getting it, man. Karate and all. We getting you. What up?
little longer. Come on. Come on.
Keep going, because that's what we do. We got a mind, body, soul, and dreams for you. Let's get it. Hey, next Friday too, on the 10th, come see us. We'll be doing live shit too. Let's go. Hey, I don't know.
Okay, sweet dreams, everybody. Thank you.
You're welcome.